never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it's my turn once again. Close out the weekend. All right, here comes a Monday. What are we looking at? Looks like 11th day of October. We'll work our way into it, time zone to time zone. Hey, we close out the weekend and roll into a Monday morning with a very active night, courtesy of Mother Nature, in the form of strong storms. A lot of severe weather rolling through eastern Oklahoma at this hour. And as a matter of fact, we've had numerous tornado warnings over the last couple of hours. I just pulled up the latest. Latest warning is in effect for about the next 45 minutes. A very strong line of thunderstorms racing across Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas. Let me start with this latest tornado warning out of Tulsa. Several counties included Haskell County, McIntosh County, Pittsburgh County, and Muskogee County. Those are all southeast or east central portions of Oklahoma. This particular line moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Some of these cells have been moving as fast as 60 miles per hour, but this is impacting your travels along I-40. The tornado warning includes the stretch of I-40 between the 269 and the 288 mile markers. Definitely strong enough winds to topple oversized vehicles, especially if you've got an empty trailer or a light load. We've seen a rather extended lull in severe weather across the central states. That all came to an end over the weekend as places like Oklahoma City down to Dallas Wichita, Kansas were all on alert this past afternoon for these strong storms. At this point in time, the line of severe weather is pretty much well east of Oklahoma City. Over just the last hour or so, the line pushing through the Dallas area, now eastern suburbs of Dallas. The line pushing through Waco as we speak. Austin, Texas, that line will be coming your way through the overnight hours. Not looking at quite as severe weather up in eastern portions of Kansas. The stronger line is right about from the Kansas-Oklahoma line, stretching all the way down, as I just mentioned, to nearly Austin, Texas. Unfortunately, across Texas, the number of severe weather reports in the coming days is going to be going up and away. The severe weather kicked off Saturday evening in the northern plains, had a tornado touching down, reported by the fire department in Day County, South Dakota. Reports of hail the size of golf balls. Further south in the state, that threat increased significantly through the day Sunday across the southern plains. This past afternoon, wind speeds picked up in Lamb County, Texas, 60 miles per hour, 73 mile per hour winds in Amherst, Texas. According to the National Weather Service, the wind gusts were accompanied by a thunderstorm passing through. Hail reports first made early Sunday evening at the Altus Air Force Base in Jackson County, Oklahoma. A potential tornado spotted near Kiowa County, Oklahoma, where the National Weather Service reported swirls visible at the surface there. Now, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, those were some of the cities under the gun through the evening hours. We're talking all facets of severe weather: flooding, downpours, damaging winds, hail, and even violent long-track tornadoes are possible with some of these strongest storms tonight. As a result of the threat of severe weather, the Storm Prediction Center issued a moderate risk across central Oklahoma. Now, after the severe weather threat diminishes, a much calmer day is in the forecast for the south central states later today. By the time we wrap things up at 5 o'clock Eastern time this morning, that severe threat will, for the most part, have pushed out of that zone. We'll then be focusing more on areas from Missouri to Arkansas, Louisiana, and eventually on further to the northeast. That's the direction this storm is going to be moving. Very fast winds well above the surface will translate down to fast-moving thunderstorms at the surface. And that's why we've been seeing some of these storms moving along 50, 60 miles per hour. Now, these storms could be ill-timed for the evening commute. Now, later on today, you got the White Sox hosting the Astros for Game 4 of the Division Series. By Tuesday, the risk for severe weather diminishes across the Midwest as the storm in the upper levels of the atmosphere that's spawning the thunderstorms will be lifting all the way up into Canada by that point in time. So we've got to get through the day, Monday and Tuesday, as this is all going to be progressing to the east and northeast. Looks like this storm has the potential to be more widespread across the central states. Any cleanup efforts that may result from the first wave of storms could be short-lived. Once again, all modes of severe weather, damaging winds, large hail, tornadoes expected Tuesday and Tuesday night. Many across the U.S. may typically associate the spring and summer, obviously, with the severe weather. But as we well know, fall is capable of being just as potent as we have the clash of the air masses. Now, speaking of a clash of the air masses, are you ready for a big winter event? That's what our friends in the northwestern USA are going to be facing this week. Things just beginning to come together with the first shot of cold air, which is right now spawning some snow showers in some of the higher elevations in parts of Montana and Idaho. Nothing widespread yet. But this is going to be a real blockbuster When all is said and done, snowfall totals, they tell us, could be measured in feet rather than inches. Some of the heaviest snow accumulations are expected somewhere near Wyoming's Interstate 25 and U.S. Highway 26 corridors, where 1 to 2 feet of snow, storm max totals approaching 30 inches are possible. Wow. Now, it may turn into a race to see which of Colorado's ski resorts can open for the ski season first, as accumulating snow and temperatures low enough to start up the snow machines are anticipated here. In recent years, you got the Arapahoe Basin, Loveland, and Keystone ski resorts, typically some of the first to open. And that could very well be the case once again. There's going to be adverse weather to deal with across the West prior to the arrival of the larger system. Looks like Mother Nature has essentially just kind of flipped the switch from summer to winter in that part of the country. Daily chances for rain and mountain snow occur across the West through midweek. Looks like Las Vegas observed the first measurable rainfall this past Friday morning, as did Fresno, California. Fresno's dry stretch of weather extended back to the spring, as a matter of fact. And the rainfall Friday, first measurable rain there since April the 25th, if you could imagine that. The unsettled weather shifted into the central Rockies Saturday. More clouds than sunshine, rainy weather across places like Salt Lake City and Grand Junction, Colorado. The lack of cold air at this point had kept the snow levels at or above 9,000 feet, well above the tree line in most of the mountains. With the exception of a few lingering showers across southern Colorado and northern New Mexico, conditions began to settle down across the Rockies on Sunday. That's the calm between two storms. Now, the storm is going to dive deep down into the Four Quarters region between today and Tuesday, which is going to funnel in that cold air across the Rocky Mountains. The low-pressure system is going to be able to draw in moisture all the way from the Gulf of Mexico. That creates the recipe for a strong winter storm. Snow levels will be the lowest of the season so far, potentially proving troublesome for travelers along the mountain pass roads early this week. Some of the trickiest travel spots today will be across portions of Idaho, southwestern Montana, and northwestern Wyoming, impacting Interstate 15 and I-90. Wet conditions across the lower lying valleys, snow-covered roads in the higher locales. Travel in and around Yellowstone National Park may prove to be difficult. Wintry weather is going to continue in many of these places Tuesday as this storm expands in size. By Tuesday, Utah's Wasatch Range, the Colorado Rockies, the mountainous terrain of Wyoming will all be in line for accumulating snowfall. It is not out of the question that many ski resorts are going to pick up 3 to 6 inches of snow or more between Tuesday and Wednesday. Now, forecasters currently believe the heaviest snow is going to fall across Wyoming from this particular storm. Strong winds occurring at the same time as the snow may actually produce blizzard conditions at times Tuesday night into Wednesday. Travel along US 26 between Casper and Riverton, Wyoming could be extremely difficult, if not impossible. I mean, we could face some road closures thanks to winter-like weather. Further south, the first wet flakes of the season. Fort Collins, Boulder, possibly the western suburbs of Denver on Tuesday night. Not really anticipating any meaningful accumulations east of the Colorado Front Range Tuesday and Wednesday. The storm's going to begin clearing out of the interior Rockies by Wednesday. Some wet flakes forecast only a few locales along the Front Range. Although the snowy conditions will largely taper off, that wintry chill will continue in the wake of this storm across the West. That'll give some of the ski resorts An additional chance to shake the rust off the snow machines and get them cranked up in preparation for their respective opening days. So this incoming storm will not be the first snow of the season for parts of the region. Back over the weekend, Saturday, several inches of snow accumulated in parts of California, Utah, Wyoming. We saw some snow in Nevada, Idaho, Colorado, and Montana. This is going to be, though, the first notable snow of the season for part of the Central Rockies. In Davis County, Utah, they had a 50-mile ultra trail marathon canceled 5 hours into the race due to the inclement weather. There was a search and rescue team that had to be sent out to assist 87 runners that were left stranded at Francis Peak, according to KSL News Radio reports. Now, Davis County not done with the inclement weather just yet. They'll be impacted by this incoming storm. Temperatures will be too warm for any snow to fall aside from the mountains, where they'll see 1 to 3 inches there. But the storm this week will bring more significant snowfall to much of the region there. Yeah, imagine being out in an ultra marathon, getting caught out with old man winter-like weather. Coming up, we will delve into much of the West with this storm. It's going to be bringing winds and lots of winds, 40, 60 miles per hour, higher elevation, higher gusts, 60 to 80 miles per hour are going to be widespread out west. Matter of fact, this same storm system is going to be bringing winds into Texas by Tuesday, where they've already postponed the Blue Origin flight. William Shatner, that was supposed to be lifting off on Tuesday. They've now, due to the winds in the forecast, they've bumped that to Wednesday. So we'll see how things go, but we'll break down who's going to see the winds. And as I said, it's going to be very widespread out west, which means the fire danger, red flag warnings are going to be hoisted in many areas. All right, checking in this morning. Who we got? First out of the box. Lo and behold, there's old Sylvester in the land down under, first out of the box. James is on board from Woodstock, Georgia. It's 80 degrees in the 80s there all this week. Yeah, matter of fact, we've got some pleasant weather most of this week with lots of 80s in the forecast here as well in the Ohio Valley. We will have that period of some thunderstorms potentially in the mix. But then by the time we get to next weekend, looks like we begin to return to more traditional fall-like weather. There's Andy. Happy Thanksgiving to our Canadians listening in. Is that right? Is it Canadian Thanksgiving Day? How about that? Hello to Heavy D on board. Captain Ron checking in. Mondays are so great. You know, a lot of them are holidays. Yeah, technically, Columbus. I'm going to call it Columbus Day. If you didn't catch it over the weekend, I believe they said Joe Biden is the first president to actually issue a proclamation referring to Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples Day. So happy Indigenous Peoples Day, right? 007 checking in from Battle Creek, Michigan at the TA there. Let's see, Bama checking in from the house. Nice to see that some things are kind of returning to normal. Actually went to a tattoo convention in Birmingham today, and they did not require proof of vaccination or negative COVID testing. Everybody had a good day. Glad you enjoyed. Hello to One Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan. 70 degrees there. Happy Monday. Let's see, back from the Montana vacation. That's our friend Buster Brown. 62 degrees in K-Town tonight. Have a great show, Steve. Thank you very much. Good morning from Central Florida. Richard checking in, 73. Hello, Steve, and all out there. John checking in from my new home 20 in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Going to be a great new startup here. Okay, congratulations. Mouse is listening in tonight. Morning from Maine. Let's see. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. And a shout-out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Hallbrook, Arizona tonight. I think you may be dealing with some of those winds out there, Lauren. We'll break it down for you coming up. Let's see. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Stay safe out there. That's Bill and Amy in Winchester, Ohio this morning. Morning, Steve. Back in the saddle again. Enjoyed our time off last week. That's Tank checking in. Just wasn't long enough, though. Getting hooked up in Memphis to head out to the left coast. Everybody have a great day. Fuzzy on board. Morning, Steve. Sorry for not checking in. I'm still fighting pneumonia. I thought I had COVID, but everybody stay healthy. All right, get well soon, Fuzzy. No fun with pneumonia there. Chevy Guy, copy the mail. How's Josh, the garbage throwing daddy? Morning, y'all. Have a good day. Be safe out there. All right, welcome. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. So it's back to the old grind as we roll into a Monday. And it's 844-844-3388. Get a quick break and lots to cover, lots to delve into tonight. Aside from the weather, what's going on, we get to our industry headlines, update on some of the racing action we saw over the weekend, and so much more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, latest tornado warning. This northeast Oklahoma, as this line continues to race through the region, southeastern Rogers County, Mays County, Wagner County, again, all in northeastern Oklahoma. Got this squall line capable of producing tornadoes that may not be visible due to the heavy rain. Some rain-wrapped tornadoes. And that's along a line extending from 7 miles south of Enola to 2 miles north of Wagner. This line moving northeast to 35 miles per hour. I-44 would be in the mix, though, traveling I-44 between the 257 and the 264 mile marker. Tornado warning. Gusty winds are going to be blowing through the southwest early this week, threatening to rapidly spread Already rampant wildfires, dust storms could turn travel into treacherous conditions as this potent storm tracks inland across the west coast, and the associated frontal boundary is going to shift southward later today into Tuesday. Strong, widespread winds are forecast to develop first across California and southern Nevada. Los Angeles, Fresno, Sacramento, Las Vegas. Yeah, winds 40 to 60 miles per hour starting later today now. Yeah, these gusts will be accompanied by cooler air that's going to be across California and southern Nevada. Higher gusts, 60 to 80 miles per hour across higher elevations in those areas where the wind can be funneled. You could even see some 90-mile-per-hour gusts associated with this. Now, this is going to bring the threat of difficult travel, blowing dust, and rapidly spreading wildfires. Now, this can be dangerous or deadly in more ways than one. High crosswinds make it difficult for drivers to maintain control. Blowing dust, obviously greatly reducing visibility on the roads. In a situation like this, driving conditions will become hazardous as crosswinds could potentially reach speeds strong enough to topple tractor trailers. So anyone in a high-profile vehicle will need to take extreme caution during this event. There is a high wind watch across parts of California, including Fresno, Sacramento, Stockton, Chico, Bakersfield. Now, this covers a number of highways. 5, 33, 41, 80, 84, 99, and 180. Hold that steering wheel with both hands and slow down. Over the weekend, the National Weather Service expanded the high wind watch to capture Palmdale, California, Kingman, Arizona, and Las Vegas. Wind advisories have also been issued for parts of coastal California. These winds could be significant, resulting in widespread travel disruptions. In addition to disrupting travel, they can cause downed trees and power outages. Secure those loose items out in the yard, trash cans, Halloween decorations. Residents and visitors charge the phones in preparation for power outages. I believe this is a situation where the power company in California is probably going to be shutting power off to many people where there's concern about the power lines sparking wildfires. It's become all too common out west. The Fire Weather Watch put in effect in places like Redding, Lakeport, and Blue Canyon, California. That's where to prepare residents for the potential rapid spread of fires. Now, cold air accompanying these winds are going to shove temperatures anywhere from 10 to 30 degrees below normal by Tuesday, particularly away from the coast. Highs forecast to be in the 60s or lower 70s. Those overnight lows could even dip into the mid-40s in places. Could be challenging some records out there. Silver lining to the high wind event is that any pervasive smoke from wildfires that's been sitting across the region will finally get whisked away as the winds roll through. So starting Monday night and by Wednesday, much of the high winds will move eastward through the eastern Rockies, the plains. Things will be calming down by then across California and Nevada. But as everything shifts off to the east, we're going to be talking from Albuquerque, New Mexico to Lubbock, Texas, Denver, Oklahoma City, Kansas City, Omaha, Nebraska, Rapid City, South Dakota, all looking at travel disruptions and blowing dust. Like I said, this is going to be a fairly widespread wind event. That's what you get with a potent storm, right? All right, good to have you with us. Our number around the country, 844-844-3388. Get to the energy situation coming up here. Can you believe they're already talking, getting ready to harvest the Capitol Christmas tree? It's scheduled to begin on October 29th, with celebrations planned from California to Washington, D.C. throughout the journey. As they typically do, they've got a specially wrapped Kenworth T680 Next Gen that'll be utilized by System Transport to haul the 84-foot-tall white fir across the country after being harvested from the Six Rivers National Forest. The theme for the 3,300-mile tour is Six Rivers, Many Peoples, One Tree. System Transport says it's an honor to be selected to deliver the 21 U.S. Capitol Christmas tree. We expect a very memorable journey and looking forward to sharing the tree with people at the many events out there on the highway. Smaller companion trees will be provided for offices in the U.S. Capitol and other sites throughout D.C., along with 15,000 ornaments handmade by Californians, supposedly. Now, the journey, let me see here. What are they looking at? The 2021 Christmas Tree Tour public schedule. Yeah, why they've got half the stops in California, I don't really understand. I think that more places across the country is where you'd be making stops. But they start at Crescent City, then Willow Creek and Fortuna, California. Next day, Ukiah, California, followed by Vallejo, California, Dixon, California, Sacramento, Mariposa, California, Pasadena. There's like 6-7 stops before they start headed east. We're all the way up to November 8th now. Holbrook, Arizona. They'll have a stop in Phoenix, Albuquerque, New Mexico. And then it's over to Fayetteville, Arkansas, and Springfield, Missouri. Last couple of stops. Once you get out of Missouri, the next stop is until they get all the way over into Maryland, Williamsport, Maryland. And the last stop is delivery to the West Lawn, the U.S. Capitol building in D.C., which will take place on November the 19th. So the tree will be up, ready to flip the switch right after Thanksgiving, right? That's the way they typically time things out. All right, we'll get to your calls coming up here. Who gets to be first out of the box on a Monday? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
As social media and its impacts on American teens is getting a lot of attention from lawmakers lately, Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar says today the U.S. does need legal reforms when it comes to those companies.
Privacy legislation. We're one of the few countries that doesn't have a federal privacy policy that fits the sophistication of these tech companies.
On CNN's State of the Union, Klobuchar also suggested that breaking up Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp would be good for the market and help make it more competitive. Also on State of the Union, Facebook VP Nick Clegg said the company's working on several things that would make Facebook and Instagram a better place for teens.
We can't change human nature, and what we can do is change our product, which is exactly what we're doing.
Clegg says they'll soon roll out a feature that pushes kids away from harmful topics. And this is USA Radio News.
Hey, travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip, or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 65 degrees tonight. Very nice night. I had kind of a rough day for my wife as we remembered the birthday of my stepdaughter that we lost 4 years ago. It was made a little better by having lunch with her brother, my stepson, and his family. Anyway, preparing myself for my Tuesday morning visit for the root canal, which I am dreading, but I know it needs done. Yep, I feel your pain there, Buckeye Boy. Hope all goes well. Let's see. Morning, Steve. Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine this morning. The ComLab man said, there's a woman from Vermont on a business TV program that last week said they can't find workers for the ski resorts there in Vermont. Well, why should they be? You can't find workers anywhere. Let's see. Morning from Jim checking in from Forestville, New York. Charlie checking in downtown Roosevelt, Texas. 18 miles west of the Pilot. Come on by for a sit-down meal in an old-school cafe. There you go. I got some rain in Boise tonight. Wind advisories kicking in at the noon hour tomorrow. David's on board, checking in. Just finished my last drop in Huntsville, Alabama. Nice out here tonight. Headed back to Georgia. Rudy Toot on the way to Cleveland. Been listening to you and your dad since back in the 80s. I'll be retiring at the end of the year. 42 years driving. Boy, you've seen a lot of changes out there on the road. Rudy Toot, congratulations. Safe travels between now and retirement, right? Let's see. Jim checking in. Morning, Steve from Chattanooga. 66 degrees currently here. Cliff is on board. Have a great week, and I'll be listening in. Bruce, hey there, Steve. Happy Monday. How about the Bengals and my Packers? That was a nail-biter. Yeah, I tuned in to I caught like the first half. And I just had a suspicion. I think the Packers are going to pull this one out of the hat, but I guess it was a close one, right? Nail biter to the end. Field goal made the difference, right? All right. Let's see. Anyone heard that Southwest has canceled like 1,800 flights? I saw a headline about a lot of flights being canceled. I don't know. Is it the vaccine mandates? Not exactly sure what's going on. All right, a couple more here. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all. I watched the Trump rally in Iowa. My favorite song for him is I Did It My Way. Hoping in the near future I can say he did it again. Everyone take care out there. Be safe tonight. Thanks to all those checking in here on a Monday. Hey, Eagle, first out of the box. How was your weekend, first of all?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, I didn't know I was gonna be the first one in tonight, but you always said Sundays are usually kind of slow for people calling in. Maybe a little bit later on they might call in. But yeah, I'm doing all right. I just got through watching the Sunday night football. Wasn't too good of a game, but games nowadays ain't too good no way, to be honest with you. But yeah, football is going down the hill. Since these guys making all this money, they seem to give a half-hearted effort. It look like you see better action in a college game than you do in the pros now. It's the way I see it. So I don't really watch too many pro games no more like I used to. But yeah, I got some things I want to talk about tonight. You know something, Steve? You for the last couple of weeks you've been talking about people. A lot of job people not being able to find people to work, and as I look at things and I listen to other people, you know what the problem is, Steve. We have a society, just not our age group, but the ones that are in their 20s and 30s. We have a bunch of spoiled, pampered losers that we have living in this country nowadays, Steve. People that are looking for a handout. You know something, Steve? I asked the guy the other day, and maybe you can look it up. Is there any other country in the world that pays somebody not to work? I think the U.S. is the only country that gives a man money not to work. And then they wonder why they can't find people to work at these jobs. Why would somebody go to work at a job when they can make $300 or $400 or $500 a week sitting at home and rather they can lay in the bed all day, sleep, and playing video games? This is the problem that we have, Steve. But like I said, they better be lucky somebody like me doesn't run things. because there'd be a lot of unhappy people in the U.S. right now, because there would be a lot of people that would be would not be receiving no money, not one dime from the government, as far as I'm concerned. There's only people that deserve a handout from the government, Steve, are people that are handicapped and people that are maybe military veterans or somebody who fought for this country. Other than that, you on your own, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just fed up with it, and especially when they use my tax money to pay these people, Steve. This is what I have a problem with. Every week, I drive this truck up and down the interstates of America and get my paycheck, and there's money deducted out of it, which I have no problem with. But I don't like my money going to people that don't work, and that's what they're doing. Plus your money is going to undocumented people that don't belong here to begin with. That should really make you mad, knowing that you're paying for a man that doesn't even speak the language and doesn't have no intentions of learning how to speak the language. So we got a real bad situation in America, and it starts right at the top, right in the White House. Just like Donald Trump. He held another rally this weekend, Steve. Hopefully you'll focus on that during tonight. He was in Des Moines, Iowa, and he gave a speech talking about all the things that Joe Biden is not doing. He's not doing anything. He's just doing the wrong thing right at this point. And like I said, Donald Trump, he said once again, in what I've been saying for the last 9 or 10 months, that they stole the election from him. He got robbed. There's nothing about sour grapes. There's nothing about being a sore loser. Donald Trump is telling the truth. They stole the election. Joe Biden has no business being in the White House. Zero. He did not win the election. And as simple as that, Donald Trump should be running America. And we wouldn't have these problems. But you know something, Steve? Some very interesting news took place over the weekend. It's just getting more and more worse on the southern border. You might want to look this up. I saw this on Fox News, that the drug cartels, the people that are smuggling these people across the border into the U.S., they're not even intimidated by the United States military. Border Patrol. Over the weekend in a city called Roma, Texas, these cartel members were shooting rounds from Mexico into the U.S., not caring who those bullets would hit. Over the weekend, they got it on infrared video of them putting people on life rafts and floating them across the river into the United States of America. They're not intimidated by Joe Biden and his so-called border protection, because there is no border protection. And it's just an embarrassment, Steve. And it was just a matter of time. You said last week, you told me that I had underestimated the number of individuals and Haitians that were headed to the U.S. You said, I think I told you 20,000. You said it might be 50 or 60. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, according to the officials down in Panama, that there's 20,000, as you said, holed up at that stadium down there in southern Mexico, but there's another 30, 40,000 waiting to cross that border down there from Panama into the neighboring countries. It's 60,000. Can you imagine what 60,000 would look like piling into southern Texas?
Yeah. That's the reason why I keep focusing on that. I know some of your callers will probably ask, well, why does Eagle always focus on the border? And the reason why is because I'm in the hot spot. I live in Texas, and this is one of the places that are wide open for these individuals to come into and I see these individuals when they get into the United. That's why I'm so upset about what's going on with this border situation. And like we said before, Steve, Joe Biden, he hasn't been to the border, and he ain't going to the border. He's been in the White House almost a year now. He ain't even went close to the border. And then I told you last week, he hasn't even made contact with the governor of the state of Texas, Greg Abbott. Yep. He said last week that he hasn't received a phone call, an email, a letter, or nothing concerning the border. So that shows anybody. So I don't want to hear anybody talking about Joe Biden is preoccupied with he ain't preoccupied with it. He doesn't care, as simple as that. And Kamala doesn't care either, because she was supposed to be in charge of that job. So as far as I'm concerned, the job that she's doing, she should be fired because she definitely ain't enforcing the border rules and regulations and keeping people out. So as far as I'm concerned, luckily I ain't in charge because Kamala, she would be out of a job right now because she definitely is not doing what she's supposed to do. So we're in, like I said, Steve, we're in, this is United States. I've never seen the U.S. in this condition in a president. You know, I thought Jimmy Carter, you know, he was before my time. You know, I was just a little boy, but I heard all the bad things about Jimmy Carter. I thought that Jimmy Carter was about as low as you could go when it came to being president, you know, with all the things that he let go when he was in the White House. But Joe Biden, he is officially, he still got 3 more years to go, Steve. Joe Biden is, in my book, he is officially the worst man to ever step foot in the White House. No other man will probably do the job that this guy has done in less time. In less than a year, he is officially the worst president that we've ever had step foot into the White House. Even other countries are commenting about Joe Biden, and they have nothing to do with the United States. And you know something, one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, I got bad news for the country of Taiwan. You know, because we've been talking about this, Steve. It's just a matter of time before China invades Taiwan. And guess what? Guess what good old Joe Biden's going to do when that happens? I'm going to tell everybody what Biden's going to do when China officially invades Taiwan. That's absolutely nothing. Zero. The same thing he did in Afghanistan with the Taliban and the same thing he's doing with the border crisis. So I don't want to hear people say 3 or 4 months from now, when China is now occupied by Taiwan, what is Joe Biden going to do? Because I'm telling you right now, tonight, what Joe Biden's going to do about Taiwan, and that's absolutely zero. And if anybody in Taiwan can hear me tonight, I'm giving you an answer. Joe Biden is not going to help you just the same way he didn't help the people of Afghanistan. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, that's a big question that hovers there. Yeah, what can we do? How much do we want to get into the mix? I mean, it's the kind of thing that realistically it could spiral into it's almost a World War III sort of scenario very easily. What will we do? Meanwhile, yes, hundreds of Southwest flights canceled nationwide. Many passengers beginning to question the airline's explanation. At Tampa International Airport, the line at the Southwest counter, long Sunday morning, hundreds of people trying to figure out how to get to their destinations after their flights were canceled. Like thousands of others, B.J. Romero woke up Sunday morning preparing to fly out of TPA on Southwest, only to learn mere hours before his scheduled departure that the flight was canceled. The next available flight to his destination not till Wednesday. I've got 2 kids. I have appointments. I have work. I can't miss work. I have people relying on me. I got to be home. This isn't going to work. He's trying to get home to D.C. As of Sunday morning, Southwest had canceled more than 1,000 flights, over 40 out of Tampa International alone. Everyone's getting to that ticket line and they're saying, I need to get home. I need to get home. We all need to get home. Now, in a statement released over the weekend, they said cancellations and delays were due to ATC issues, that's air traffic control, and disruptive weather. A lot of passengers aren't buying that, though. Romero said, that all sounds like baloney. The weather's fine in all the connecting areas. There's no bad weather. Yeah, there's got to be something behind the scenes they're not telling us. Now, passengers told Fox News that some Southwest employees had a slightly different explanation, telling travelers that some cancellations had to do with staff shortages. We reached out to Southwest about staff shortages. They responded with the same statement they issued on Saturday. As passengers wait for answers, though, many are now stranded, unable to afford last-minute flights out on different airlines. All right. The Federal Aviation Administration said no FAA air traffic staffing shortages have been reported since Friday. Flight delays and cancellations occurred for a few hours Friday afternoon, where there was some severe weather. Military training, limited staffing in one area of the Jacksonville Air Route Traffic Control Center. It appears none of the other airlines, there were some cancellations, but there always is, but none of the other airlines appearing to have any sort of issue quite akin to what's going on with Southwest. And yes, the headline was, it's over the weekend, 1,800 flights, all said and done, indeed canceled. Hey, John, let me pull up here. I was just keeping an eye on our weather updates, and National Weather Service office out of Shreveport issuing a tornado warning for central McCurtain County. That's in southeastern Oklahoma. All right, as this line has been producing a lot of tornado warnings. This particular cell moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So heads up there. Back in two, lines available. Matter of fact, lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual-air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Catching the latest on the radar, that line of severe storms, a lot of tornadoes. We've had to see a dozen tornado warnings in the last 3 hours over eastern Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma City, I said at the onset, was behind the severe weather. Yeah, there's a secondary line that's kind of coming together west of Oklahoma City. Yeah, making its way in that direction. I'm not seeing warnings just yet coming up, but it has been intensifying over the past hour. So we'll keep an eye on things. You may see another round of storms sweeping through from Oklahoma City, eventually up to Tulsa. Meanwhile, we've been talking in recent weeks about, you've been hearing about some of these energy issues in China. Some provinces are rationing electricity. Europeans are paying sky-high prices for liquefied natural gas. Power plants in India on the verge of running out of coal. The average price of a gallon of regular gas here in the States at $3.25 a gallon Friday, up from $1.72 in April. As the global economy recovers and global leaders prepare to gather for a landmark conference on climate change, the sudden energy crunch that is hitting the entire world is threatening already stressed supply chains, stirring geopolitical tensions, raising questions about, is the world ready for this so-called green energy revolution? Do I dare say, I told you so? Or we told, many have been saying. How many times on this program have we said, all these mandates, California, New York, these mandating that they're going to eliminate sales of the internal combustion engine. We're going green. We're going green. We don't have the power to get through as it is today. You're not ready to be plugging in millions of electric cars to be charged every single day. From the pandemic, that's part of the problem. But after years of retrenchment in coal, oil, gas extraction, you had an unusually cold winter in Europe that drained reserves. We had hurricanes that shut down some of the Gulf refineries. A turn for the worse in relations between China and Australia that led Beijing to stop importing coal from the land down under. And a protracted calm spell over the North Sea that curtailed the output of electricity generating wind turbines. If you didn't realize, you don't get any power if the wind's not blowing when you're relying on wind turbines. It's across the board. So as the global leaders prepare to meet in Scotland at the end of the month, it's a climate conference. Advocates for renewable energy say this crisis shows the need to move further away from coal, gas, and oil as prices for those commodities spike. The problem is, with that mentality, what are you going to rely on? See, the opposite is what is actually transpiring. Wind and solar have been tested, and lo and behold, they're coming up lacking greatly. Analysts worry that the shortages and high prices will severely crimp the economic recovery in the United States, which, as an energy producer, has thus far been spared the worst. Even as gas prices have hit the highest mark since 2014, energy analysts warn, some of these things, Biden might sell off part of the strategic oil reserve or ban exports of crude oil. Well, there's one analyst right here in the United States that says, hey, winter is knocking on the door, and we could see winter blackouts across this country. That's the statement from a coal firm CEO. Give you more on that coming up in our next hour as we're up to the top of the hour news update. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Treasury Chief Janet Yellen says all the talk about raising the debt ceiling, it's just what she calls
a housekeeping chore.
Speaking on ABC's This Week, Yellen says since 1960, Congress has raised or suspended the debt ceiling more than 80 times. So she says when it becomes an issue every time,
We should be debating the government's fiscal policy.
no significant damage reported after a magnitude 6.2 earthquake strikes off the southern tip of Hawaii's Big Island just before noon local time on Sunday. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of utility customers in Northern California could lose power starting Monday because of expected high winds that raise the risk of fire danger. A weather system expected to stick around through Tuesday, adding those gusty winds to the already dry conditions. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Facebook Vice President Nick Clegg says the company is doing research to make their products better for the mental health of teenagers, but they can't change how humans think. Though he said on CNN's State of the Union, the company is working on multiple things that would make Facebook and Instagram, which it also owns, better places for teenagers and their mental health. Addressing the January 6th Capitol riots, Clegg insisted those who broke the law are to blame and not Facebook's algorithm, which some say amplified the message. Meanwhile, on the same program, CNN State of the Union, Senator Amy Klobuchar said there are new laws needed to regulate the social media industry, and she suggested things would be better if Facebook was broken up.
They bought Instagram. We'll never know what innovations could have been developed to help kids because they bought it.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Treasury Chief Janet Yellen says raising the debt ceiling is just normal housekeeping that lawmakers must do every so often in Congress. Speaking on ABC's This Week, Yellen said America not paying its bills would mean Social Security payments not getting made and service members not getting paid on time and no money for families who depend on the child tax credit. The Treasury Secretary supporting getting rid of the debt ceiling altogether, but says that conversation shouldn't happen when the bills are already past due. Cotton prices the highest they've been in 10 years as prices reached $1.16 a pound on Friday, hitting prices last seen in 2011. Unlike then, though, the brunt of this spike isn't expected to be on retailers, but is being passed along to consumers. The man who brought us Captain Kirk says he's disappointed, but it's okay that his real-life trip to the edge of space is being delayed slightly because of the weather. William Shatner making the trip, as we reported a few days ago, but now Blue Origin says all vehicle mission requirements have been met and the astronauts started some training today, but because of the forecast winds on Tuesday, the launch will be postponed today to Wednesday, so takeoff is now scheduled for Wednesday the 13th at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Back at it here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Yes. Reality check. Back to work, right? Yeah, pick it up right where we left off there. Will we? Yeah, right on the heels. We all remember what transpired in Texas. Hundreds of thousands, more than 1 million without power in the dead of winter. That was a very unusual cold snap. But the wind had failed. The turbines were pretty much frozen up from freezing rain. Of course, solar not worth a crap when they're covered in snow. We all witnessed that. Yeah, the energy crisis that's led to the shortages and the blackouts in Europe and Asia could very well hit the United States this winter, says the CEO of an energy firm. We've actually had discussions with power utilities who are concerned they simply will have to implement blackouts this winter. Let me state that correctly, that they will simply have to implement. Now, this is Ernie Thrasher, the head of X-Coal Energy and Resources. They don't see where the fuel is coming from to meet demand. He added that the utilities are switching from natural gas to coal during the fall and winter months to keep up with demand. The global demand for power has increased as economies attempt to recover from the COVID pandemic. Right now, natural gas shortages in Europe and Asia. Power producers, including Duke Energy, have warned customers bills are going to spike this winter. Duke's Piedmont natural gas unit stated last week, higher gas prices and low production will raise consumer bills by about $11 per month in North and South Carolina. The whole supply chain is stretched beyond its limits. It's going to be a challenging winter for us here in the United States. Meanwhile, New York State Public Service Commission told Bloomberg they're monitoring utilities in New York to determine whether there's enough fuel for the winter. The utilities have hedged approximately 70% of their residential electricity needs. Adding that they expect to meet demand this season. The benchmark U.S. natural gas contract has been rallying, lately hitting 7-year highs. But it's far from the unbelievable prices they're paying in Europe and Asia. Yeah, here in the U.S., it's $5.62 per million British thermal units. It's running like $30 plus for the same in Europe and Asia. However, the U.S. market is worried about the coming cold, particularly in New England and California, where prices for gas to be delivered this winter are far above the nationwide benchmark. In New England, buyers are expecting gas to cost more than $20 per million British thermal units. In New England, gas for January delivery is soaring, trading last week at more than $22 at the hub, which would be the highest price paid in a month since January and February of 2014. The Henry Hub price continues to climb for the winter months. We should see even bigger increases on the east and west coasts, We're talking both New England and California. Where are your utility bills going to go? Yeah, the short answer is through the roof. Coupled with paying more for virtually everything on any given day. All right, let me see here as we continue to watch our severe weather. Latest tornado warnings from the National Weather Service out of Tulsa. Some of these storms now, as I mentioned, moving into Arkansas. Northeastern Arkansas and northeast Oklahoma. There's a cell right there producing a tornado warning. Moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. And about the same time they issued, let's see, here's a separate warning. Adair County in northeast Oklahoma, Cherokee County in central Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Cherokee Landing State Park, moving northeast 50 miles per hour with that cell. Kind of a rough night in Oklahoma, but they had given us a heads up that this would be potentially the issue. I believe the current tornado watches there through parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Arkansas are in place until 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 a.m. Central Time. I would not be surprised if, based on the way things are going, we see some of those tornado watches maybe, or at least severe thunderstorm watches extended a bit further east and north as this system continues to progress. All right, talk about defunding the police. You know how difficult things have been out there in the Pacific Northwest. In the city of Seattle, their already depleted police department is bracing for another, you talk about a profound impact. Yeah, some officials say to lose 50 or 75 officers at one time would be a devastating blow. The city of Seattle is poised to fire as many as 403 officers. We're talking about 40% of their force because of the COVID vaccine mandate. One unnamed officer said, boy, the environment's been pretty toxic and negative, not just from this whole mandate, but even prior to that as well. I'm not sure this would be a good place for me to work long-term for my mental health. It's been very stressful. Now, there's a total of 292 officers that have yet to provide proof of vaccination. In addition, 111 officers are awaiting the results for their exemption requests. The Seattle Police Department has already lost more than 300 officers since the whole Black Lives Matter riots and the defund the police movement roiled the city last year. In response to the pending manpower crisis, the interim police chief advised his department to transition into what they call Phase 3 mobilization. Effective October 13th, that would be this Wednesday, which among other contingencies requires all sworn personnel to be on standby duty to respond to 911 calls. Why are we doing this? Now, the mayor says, we value each of you. We don't want to lose you as employees. But the people that count on you the most are the ones that need you to get vaccinated. And these sort of things unfold. You imagine losing 40% of your force in a force that's already lost 300 officers. What do you think the response times are going to be in the city of Seattle? Obviously, law enforcement would be absolutely stretched to the limit. Now, I think it would be fair to say lives will be lost. due to the inability of law enforcement to arrive. So much for serving and protecting, huh? And when the shish kebab proverbially hits the fan there, if they do, as I said, we get one officer said to lose 50 or 75. That would increase our response times, I believe he said, like by 20%. You imagine losing 40% of your force in one failed swoop? Morale has already been running low. How many of those other officers that took the vaccine and didn't want to lose their job will be stretched to the point where they say, never mind, I can't deal with this? What happens in Seattle? All right, back to your calls after a quick 2-minute timeout. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed. That's where we find ourselves here on a Back to Work Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. Our number 844-844-3388. Get back to the calls here. Hey, Steve, what's going on? Working on a Monday morning this week, huh?
Yeah, only got the 34-hour restart, but you know what, Steve? You got to make the money while you can, because there's no telling how long we're going to be driving these trucks. You know, the way this economy is going, just one thing after another. What you were just talking about, Steve, with the police officers, that's going on all over the country. I mean, you got hundreds and hundreds of police forces that are, you know, standing up against this vaccine mandate. For instance, even in Los Angeles, there's almost 1,000 firefighters that are trying to sue the state of California for these vaccine mandates, because if they don't get the vaccine, they're going to put them out of work. So, you know, like you said, what happens when you call 911 when you got a fire in the kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you just go outside and watch your house burn down, I guess. It's just absolutely appalling what's going on.
I mean, how asinine is it? We just came through a year. I mean, first of all, we know that there is a shortage of nurses. They've been telling us for several years that nursing is a job that is in great demand, that they're going to have a very difficult time meeting the demand. And now you're coming to the point where you're actually going to dismiss or fire nurses because they refused to submit to an experimental vaccine?
Yeah, and I believe about a year ago, Steve, they were all called heroes. You know, truckers were heroes, nurses, police officers, firefighters. We were all heroes. Now we're goats. You know, guinea pigs. It's just unbelievable, Steve, what's going on in this country on a daily basis. You know, I watched the Trump rally last night, you know, and his speech was pretty good. I mean, he did point out pretty much everything that, you know, Biden's not doing and the things that are wrong. And he touched on how we're going to lose this country if we don't win that House and Senate in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
This country's gone. We're not going to be able to. And Steve, the way it's going right now, are we even going to make it to January of 2023? It just, I don't know. It's just amazing what's going on. I've never seen anything like this. You know, with the border, what Eagle was talking about, you know, and you with all those Haitians, it's like this country's being flooded. We can't even take care of our own people, Steve. All the homeless people in this country,
yep.
You know, a lot of them are veterans. We can't even take care of our veterans. It's just sad. It really is. But the reason I called, Steve, I sent you an article. I hope you got to read it over the weekend. You know, you remember when we talked about Joe Biden and his son and being, you know, cahoots with China and, you know, getting payoffs and this and that with the collusion with China? How about this Attorney General, Steve? Did you get a chance to read that?
Yes, I did touch on that. The conflict of interest. Yes, I mean he's sickened the FBI on parents that are speaking out against the critical race theory, and his family, which is it? Is it his daughter or his son-in-law that are actually making their money selling that material, that curriculum to schools around the country? That's their bread and butter.
Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of what I heard on Beck's program from the lady that got this tip. She's the head of this parent. I think it's called parented.com is her website, and you can go there and find the articles. She's the head of this organization. These parents that are fighting back against CRT. And they dug up something that Merrick Garland's son-in-law, who is married to his daughter, they started a company back in Boston.
Yep.
Now, they're both Yale and Harvard grads, of course, you know, from the woke institutions. They data mine students from kindergarten to 12th grade. So what they do is they put out these surveys for these kids to answer these questions on race, on gender, on sex. So they basically a survey company, and they mine this data. Well, one of the things that they're promoting in Virginia is CRT. And Virginia signed a contract with them, Steve, for over $2 million for them to do these surveys. That's how much they're paying this company. Merrick Garland's son-in-law and daughter who own this thing. And not only that, Steve, one of their top investors who just invested $1 million into this company is no other than Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. Go figure, right?
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. And how does he get away with this? So what happens is he finds out that these parents are stepping up against critical race theory and pushing back. Well, to keep his son-in-law and his daughter from losing the company and losing contracts, what is he going to do? He's sicking the FBI on the parents. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
It's just, it's just incredible, Steve. There's no accountability, you know. And I'm hoping that these Republicans, I'm sure they've heard about it. Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, and so forth. These senators that have a voice are going to find out what the hell is going on with this stuff. guy in the witness stand. I mean, he should be resigned, fired for this crap. Steve, can you imagine if William Barr, the Attorney General, would have done something like this under Donald Trump? What would have happened? It's just amazing. It just really is amazing what is going on in the United States of America. I don't know, Steve. It's, and then that energy thing. I'm surprised they let them cut down the Christmas tree for
right.
To go to Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
All these climate activists and tree huggers. And how did they let them cut down the tree? And not only that, I thought the Democrats didn't believe in Christmas, Steve, because obviously they don't believe in the freedom of religion or the freedom of speech to speak out. They don't believe in the freedom of worship or the freedom of assembly, all part of the First Amendment. So, I don't know. It's just a big fraud.
Well,
These people are such frauds, Steve.
Don't forget, today is an Indigenous Peoples Day, by the way.
Oh, Lord. You know what? You know what? I was taught in school, Steve, about Christopher Columbus, the Constitution, the Pilgrims, the founding of Jamestown, our true history of America. Okay? And it's just always been Columbus Day to me. You tell Italian Americans that, Steve, I think they're going to have a fit. But anyway, good to get the week started and have a good show, Steve. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it. Yep, great to have you with us. All right, we're going to get a news break. Yeah, it's just erasing history, right? You totally erase it. Is there a forthcoming generation that will not even have heard the name of Christopher Columbus? I have no idea what 1492. I think that may be in the offing. Now, this isn't something new just this year. I think Joe Biden's the first president to actually make a declaration. But in recent years, cities and states have made the decision to rename Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples Day. The idea, they say, is to support Native peoples in general, but also to recognize the fact that Native Americans called this land home long before European explorers laid claim to it. But the naming issue continues to evoke strong feelings on both sides. Yeah, more than a few locales are keeping Columbus Day in place today. Yeah, some are trying to take a hybrid approach. Yeah, boy. But we get a news break here. Lines available. Plenty of room for you. As we typically see, Mondays are kind of quiet. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
3 men now in custody after a shooting that left a woman dead and 14 people wounded inside a crowded bar in St. Paul, Minnesota, early Sunday morning. It happened at the 7th Street Truck Park, a bar and eatery in downtown St. Paul. Police said they didn't have a clear motive for the shooting. The identity of the young woman killed not yet released. Democrats, who are solidly behind the reconciliation budget plan and the regular infrastructure bill President Biden's been pushing, were out on the Sunday news shows. California Representative Adam Schiff on CBS's Face the Nation.
We're going to get both of these bills passed. They're going to be enormously important to the economy. And once we do, we're not going to make the mistake I think we did with Affordable Care Act. We're going to go out and we're going to promote this and let people know how it's directly impacting them.
And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? going through a divorce. Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, we'll jump on over to southwestern Missouri. That becomes our latest zone to be under tornado warnings. McDonald County until the top of the hour. Yeah, they said tornado-producing storms located along a line extending from near Wyandotte to Southwest City to near Maysville, moving northeast 45 miles per hour. And in this case, it is a radar-confirmed tornado. Not just radar-indicated, radar-confirmed. This includes I-49 between mile marker 1 And mile marker 14, National Weather Service says to repeat, a tornado is on the ground. So that's the real deal. So when you get the confirmed 3/4 inch hail in diameter reported with that cell as well. Careful out there on the roads. On to the Sunshine State. Well, we've kind of suspected this for the longest time, this whole debate to mask up the kids going back to school. New data coming out of Florida school districts shows virtually zero difference between masked versus unmasked counties. Even as the COVID cases plummet in the state, leftists that are hell-bent on forcibly masking every child in schools across the country have never had any solid data to back up that position. Only emotional pleas and scare tactics. In truth, however, this virus has never posed any statistical risk to children, nor were they a significant transmitter to adults. And besides, if the teacher's vaccinated, then what are they worried about? While many districts refused to implement mask mandates, others stubbornly insisted you gotta wear a mask, even defying an order from the governor to allow parental exemptions. We were assured that the masked counties would fare much better than these Wild West unmasked counties, where the bodies of school children will be stacked in the streets or something crazy, right? The only thing is, none of that happened. According to the press release, pediatric cases, new COVID cases for children ages 5 to 17, vast majority of the school-age population, decreased 79% in the month of September in the 54 Florida counties where school districts have no mask policy or are following the state law by honoring the parental opt-out rule. For comparison, COVID cases for children 5 to 17 in the 13 districts that imposed forced masking in the schools have decreased 77% on average. How about the positive rates? The 54 district with opt-outs or no mask policy have seen an average decrease of 65% of positivity for the week ending August 19th when school started to the week ending September 30th. The 13 districts that actually broke the law to impose forced masking have seen an average decrease of 67%. That is to say, the data for this school year to date shows no impact of forced masking in schools when it comes to pediatric COVID prevalence. Not very surprising, since there is no statistically significant difference in the case rate in forced masking versus masked optional schools, even during the 2020-21 school year in the state of Florida. Meanwhile, cases and hospitalizations continue to decline across the state, despite largely maskless schools and no governmental vaccine mandates. At 27 infections per 100,000 people, Florida now has the second lowest rate of infection in the entire country. Okay. At 4.8% positivity over the past 7 days, Florida would now be considered low transmission, according to the Centers for Disease Control guidance. Cases on a 7-day average have fallen 77% in the past month alone. Lowest number since back in early July, as a matter of fact. But, the significance of mask mandates versus no masks. And we saw those pictures that were, widely shared in recent weeks of college football stadiums jammed with mostly maskless fans, packed in like sardines, and then photos from inside the schools with your children holding their arms out to stay an arm's distance from the student in front of them as they're walking down the hallway, and they all have their masks on. Why do we put our kids through this? All right, about 17 before the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Well, what's going on, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I heard you cussing on my radio there earlier there about all that snowy winter there. I ain't worried about it. I got 2 generators at the house, so I got plenty of gasoline, so I ain't gonna worry about it there. What's the weather like from Texarkana, Texas to Dallas, Texas today?
Well, I think in between that zone, that line of storms is pretty much almost dead center between, say, Tyler and Dallas. It's a pretty strong line.
Yeah, I'm getting blown around by a little wind down here coming in Texarkana there. So I got my radar app on there, so I'm watching all them storms there. And surely you kid me, you're jousting there that Christopher Columbus was not the first person to discover this country. Imagine that. Well, I think everybody already knew that, right?
Well, pretty much.
Let's make some people mad this morning, Steve. Roll Tide Roll.
Oh,
Texas A&M, unranked B. Yeah, spank that butt, boy.
What happened? What happened? Yeah,
that's like
Alabama drops down to number 5.
That's like, hey, Nick, you got a second? And then that's all they had was 1 second and lost that bowl game there. That happened a couple years back there. And what happened to the Browns? Man, they're the first team in NFL history to lose when having either 40 points or more with no turnovers. So they had over 500 yards, too, and no turnovers. So that was crazy. Well, any given Saturday, any given Sunday, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Well, let's get some seriousness here. Men are not men anymore, Steve. Old Bubba's girlfriend, when she met Bubba, she said she needed a real man. She already had a cooter. She didn't need another one there, right?
Yeah, right.
Right. Mm-hmm. I read this. First dates can be awkward there. This woman posted on TikTok. She shared a unique horror story that has since gone viral. It seems the man she met on a dating app really, really liked Taco Bell tacos. He ordered 100 tacos and expected her to pay for all of them because he didn't have any money. I don't think that went over too well.
I would not think.
Yep. Well, I read this man retired and went to the Social Security office to apply for his retirement check. The clerk asked for his driver's license to verify his age. He realized he left his wallet at the house and told the clerk he'd have to come back later. She said, well, just unbutton your shirt. So he did. And she said, the gray hair on your chest is enough to prove enough that you're old enough to have Social Security. Well, after he got it all straightened out there, he went home and told his wife what happened. And she said, well, you should have just dropped your pants too, and you'd have gotten your retirement and disability all together there, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, well, maybe that wasn't all that funny. I don't know. Well, this old lady goes to the dentist. She sits down in the chair, pulls her panties off, and lifts her legs. The dentist says, lady, I'm not a gynecologist. She says, I know. I need my husband's teeth back there, Rick.
Oh, oh boy.
Yeah, I know that, right. Well, you know, that Collierville, Tennessee guy that shot them people up there in that Kroger and killed himself there, he was a real punk anyway. They put the timeline out of what all happened there, and he got into an argument with another employee at Kroger there. He was just a contractor. He wasn't even a real Kroger employee there. And he started an argument that his facts were wrong. He wasn't even right. They kept arguing, and so they sent him home there. And that's when he got mad and he got his little pistoli and said, "Oh, I'll be a real man there."
Yeah, I'll fix you.
And I got a good story for you. An Ohio dad whose kids missed a day of school because of a statewide bus driver shortage is helping neighborhood children get to and from school in a limousine. His dad owns a limousine company. His name is John Rogers Jr. of Columbus, and he's toting them kids at 25. You got 25 of them right now riding in that limo, carrying them to school every day. So I think that's a pretty good deal. I'd have liked to have gone to school in a limo.
Wouldn't you? Yeah. You reckon he's got the
Yeah.
You reckon he's got the open bar for the kids on the way to school?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think they old enough to be drinking. They're not in that school a bunch of beer anyway.
There you go.
Yeah, well, authorities in Wisconsin are reminding residents to dispose of your boats properly, Steve. That somebody left a boat on the side of the road with a free sign on it. That was either a PO'd woman or getting even with her husband, or that might have been that boat they had on that commercial for that rubberized spray that they say it'll solve anything leaking. I don't know. Well, anything's possible. I don't want a boat sitting on the side of the road. I'll go get my own there from my house there. And read on Facebook, when you eat the fruit, don't throw away the seeds, because what you need to do is wash them and dry them out, and then as you're driving down the highway, you can throw them out the window in places where there's no trees. Would that be considered littering, Steve?
I think that'd be considered replenishing the earth.
Right. Yeah, well, that's what they were talking about. Said they've been doing that over in Asia and stuff for a long time. I believe that'll be all of my baloney for right now, Steve. Oh, by the way, I got some sad news for you, brother. You got a little competition now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Dave Martin, that Riding Away with Dave, he had a Facebook post there. He's back on the air there. Guess what? From midnight to 5. And he said they play music and you can call in and talk to him. Well, I don't know how to get a hold of that radio station, because if it's on iHeart, that app ain't on my phone. So you just be out of luck there. I'll have to keep listening to Steve Sommers. I like him better anyway there.
Well, thank you much. I appreciate that, Knuckle Buster. It's always good to have a little friendly competition out there.
Get some brown.
Right? Oh, let's see, about 9 before the hour. How about the college football standings? Georgia at number 1. Iowa. Now that was a big game going in the weekend. You had Iowa and Penn State, number 3 and 4 in the rankings, I believe it was. Iowa wins, bumps up to number 2. How about those UC Bearcats? When's the last time the UC Bearcats were in number 3? Is it possible they could even move higher? Oklahoma is now number 4 in the standings. Alabama, with their loss over the weekend, drops to number 5. Ohio State, I guess, holds on at number 6. Penn State, with the loss, dropping to number 7. Michigan is now 8th, Oregon 9th, and Michigan State rounding out the top 10. a bit of a shake, rattle, and shuffle in the college football standings over the weekend. How about that? It is 8 before the hour. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Boy, sad sharing those stories. Another difficult weekend in the law enforcement community around the country. Start in Phoenix, where the sheriff for Metro Phoenix said a suspect is in custody after attacking and critically injuring a sheriff's deputy who was processing the arrested man at a substation. Maricopa County Sheriff said the injured deputy was in critical condition, where he was taken after another deputy found him unconscious, bleeding from his face. They said the injured deputy was on life support. This was as of yesterday afternoon. The sheriff identified the suspect as 30-year-old Clinton Hurley, who had been wanted on felony warrants. He initially escaped the scene. A manhunt ensued, and he was eventually captured. And in a news conference, sheriff said Hurley had been located by authorities. The suspect was shot by a homeowner with whom he had had a history of conflict. So the sheriff said he was taken to the hospital also in critical condition, but he said, "It is with a sense of release I expressed to you. I'm glad to know he's off the streets anyway." Then in the state of Georgia, a Georgia officer gunned down outside a police station during his first shift with the department, if you could imagine. GBI said 26-year-old Officer Dylan Harrison was fatally shot early Saturday outside the Alamo Police Department by a 43-year-old Damian Ferguson. Yeah, the suspect in this case was loose Saturday night. They had a massive manhunt, and I believe he has also been now taken into custody, but officials didn't immediately say what prompted the shooting in this particular case. Wheeler County, about 90 miles southeast of Macon, Georgia. Now, the GBI said Harrison was also a full-time Oconee Drug Task Force agent in nearby Dodge County. First shift at the new police force. You never know, right? On any given day. All right, our number is 844-844-3388. I guess it would be good news, future jobs. The center of gravity for the U.S. auto manufacturing is about to move south, with electric vehicle and battery makers planning to spend nearly $24 billion in new factories from Arizona to Georgia. Some of the latest announcements: Arizona, the startup Lucid Motors just opened a $300 million assembly plant for electric vehicles in Casa Grande, about halfway between Phoenix and Tucson. Company said that future expansion plans could take total investment up to $1 billion. Nikola Corporation said they're planning a $600 million facility in Coolidge, not far from Casa Grande, where they're going to build fuel cell electric trucks, if they can ever get their trucks up and running. In the state of Texas, of course, the big announcement came down last week. They're nearing completion of the $1.1 billion assembly and battery plant outside of Austin. And they said they're going to move their corporate headquarters from California to Texas. That was the big announcement last week. Well, can you blame them? Yeah, getting out of the liberal land of fruits and nuts and taxes and moving to Texas. Tennessee, several. German automaker Volkswagen announced another $800 million in their Chattanooga plant to build electric vehicles. Ford Motor Company is building a massive vehicle and battery assembly complex in Stanton, outside of Memphis, with their partner SK Innovation Company. The $5.6 billion Blue Oval City expected to open in 2025, where they're going to build the next generation F-150 Lightning pickup. And General Motors also investing $4.3 billion with their partner LG Energy Solutions to build an electric vehicle assembly plant and battery plant in Spring Hill. That assembly plant will turn out the Cadillac Lyriq starting next year, and a pair of vehicles for Honda and their Acura brand in 2024. In Kentucky, Ford and SKI spending $5.8 billion to construct two battery plants in Glendale near Louisville. They'll be opening sometime in 2025 or 2026. Alabama, the Toyota and their partner Mazda have opened their $2.3 billion plant near Huntsville, expected to add production of electric vehicles sometime in the near future. Then Georgia on the list, where SKI is investing $2.6 billion in two battery plants in Commerce, outside of Atlanta. First slated to open sometime next year. So we're going to be making a lot of batteries, it sounds like. Where are we investing in the ability to maybe charge all these batteries? That's what leaves me kind of scratching my head wondering, how are we going to charge them all? We need some infrastructure investment, I suppose. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Treasury Chief Janet Yellen says all the talk about raising the debt ceiling, it's just what she calls
a housekeeping chore.
Speaking on ABC's This Week, Yellen says since 1960, Congress has raised or suspended the debt ceiling more than 80 times. So she says when it becomes an issue every time,
we should be debating the government's fiscal policy.
No significant damage reported after a magnitude 6.2 earthquake strikes off the southern tip of Hawaii's Big Island just before noon local time on Sunday. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of utility customers in Northern California could lose power starting Monday because of expected high winds that raise the risk of fire danger. A weather system expected to stick around through Tuesday, adding those gusty winds to the already dry conditions. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Facebook Vice President Nick Clegg says the company is doing research to make their products better for the mental health of teenagers, but they can't change how humans think. Though he said on CNN's State of the Union, the company is working on multiple things that would make Facebook and Instagram, which it also owns, better places for teenagers and their mental health. Addressing the January 6th Capitol riots, Clegg insisted those who broke the law are to blame and not Facebook's algorithm, which some say amplified the message. Meanwhile, on the same program, CNN State of the Union, Senator Amy Klobuchar said there are new laws needed to regulate the social media industry, and she suggested things would be better if Facebook was broken up.
They bought Instagram. We'll never know what innovations could have been developed to help kids because they bought it.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Treasury Chief Janet Yellen says raising the debt ceiling is just normal housekeeping that lawmakers must do every so often in Congress. Speaking on ABC's This Week, Yellen said America not paying its bills would mean Social Security payments not getting made and service members not getting paid on time and no money for families who depend on the child tax credit. The Treasury Secretary supporting getting rid of the debt ceiling altogether, but says that conversation shouldn't happen when the bills are already past due. Cotton prices the highest they've been in 10 years as prices reached $1.16 a pound on Friday, hitting prices last seen in 2011. Unlike then, though, the brunt of this spike isn't expected to be on retailers, but is being passed along to consumers. The man who brought us Captain Kirk says he's disappointed, but it's okay that his real-life trip to the edge of space is being delayed slightly because of the weather. William Shatner making the trip, as we reported a few days ago, but now Blue Origin says all vehicle mission requirements have been met, and the astronauts started some training today, but because of the forecast winds on Tuesday, the launch will be postponed today to Wednesday, so takeoff is now scheduled for Wednesday the 13th at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And we'll jump back into it here on a Monday. Good to have you with us. Hope you had a good weekend. There's another in the books. And making our way into the 11th day of October. Hello to Dale checking in. Morning from Lakeland, Florida, where we've got clear 72 degrees. Beautiful night, right? Let me see here. Philip checking in. Good to have you with us, Philip. And chatting with Sylvester there. And we got the latest, the job numbers. Were they good numbers or not good numbers? I mean, they were anticipating about 500,000 jobs with the announcement. It was less than 200,000. Doesn't sound real good to me. The economy created the fewest jobs in 9 months with the September numbers released. A drop in hiring at schools and worker shortages, but the lowering COVID cases and the end of the generous unemployment benefits could boost employment in the months ahead. Although the Labor Department's closely watched employment report Friday showed that the unemployment rate dropped to an 18-month low, 4.8%. Well, why is that? Well, due in large part to the number of people that are actually leaving the labor force. To my understanding, some 3 million people, I guess since the beginning of the whole COVID pandemic, have cleaned out their cubicles and are no longer in the workforce. There were signs of labor market tightness, though. Wage gains accelerated further. Permanent job losses decreased, and fewer people were experiencing long spells of unemployment. The biggest problem is not that growth has slowed, it is that people are still not going back to work for whatever reason. Are they scared? Concerned about the COVID? They go through a bunch of numbers, but I'm not going to bore you with all that. So it's kind of mixed signals. Despite the modest job gains, accelerating wage growth bodes well for the economic outlook. Following an apparent sharp slowdown in growth in the third quarter. We've also been tracking, though, with obviously people that are struggling to find workers. They're having to increase wages to get people to come back, right? But at the same time, you see the inflation has been going up or exceeding the pace of wage growth. So even though you're being paid more, you're still technically not able to get more bang for the buck because you're just paying more for everything. So again, mixed signals. That was the word. I had a listening friend over the weekend that posted a little quiz. It's pretty short, pretty simple. A short quiz on the current state of the federal government. Now, these are very simple yes or no answers to the following questions, which they all begin with, does it make sense? Does it make sense to allow millions of foreign nationals to enter the USA unsupervised? Again, simply yes or no answer. Does it make sense to abandon Afghanistan completely, leading to a human rights abuse by the Taliban? Does it make sense to shut down the Keystone Pipeline just to turn around and ask Saudi Arabia to expand their oil sales? Does that make sense? Huh. Does it make sense to support critical race theory teaching in schools that divides children on a skin color basis? Does it make sense for the federal government to spend so much money that inflation explodes? Does it make sense to support no bail laws that allow criminals to commit more crimes? Does it make sense to be one of only 7 countries in the world that allow unrestricted abortions? Does it make sense to support, or should I say to oppose, voter identification? Does it make sense to say that white supremacists are a larger terror threat than jihadists in this country? Does it make sense for a president of the United States to accuse his own country of systemic racism? What do you think? Yeah, were you able to answer yes to any of those questions? Short quiz. My answer was no to all the above. All right, about 14 past the hour. Thanks for being on board here. What do you say, Chevy Guy? Happy Monday.
And obviously my answer would be yes to getting us out of Afghanistan, because to leave them in there, you'd have the leadership that we have right now. You'd probably get more than the 16 killed. I don't trust them to shoot. I don't trust them to do what they're doing now. So everything it just don't make sense, but it makes sense for us to get our people out of there because it was a bad deal. And sorry, it just.
But that wasn't the way that wasn't the way the question was scripted, Chevy Guy. The question was scripted. Does it make sense to abandon Afghanistan and leave the Taliban to kill those Americans and those that helped us behind? That was the question. Yeah, okay, we all know we wanted to get out of Afghanistan. We got out wrong.
Oh, yeah, but there's no other way. We voted wrong. We got a leadership up there that I don't trust Biden. I don't know who's running the country right now. We got, obviously, generals that, oh, yeah, we told him, oh, no, he didn't listen to us. Who did make the decision? We're still not even sure about that after the hearing. So, no, we didn't abandon them. We set them up with military equipment and training for 20 years. So we did not abandon them. I'm sorry. How long did it take? It just, so I'll go halfway on that one. Okay?
When you take your military out before you get the people out. I mean, I don't know why. I can't understand why you can't get that through your head. It was done wrong. You had to get the people out. Get our citizens out.
It ain't through my head. Hey, it ain't through my head, brother. I mean, simple. It just, the leadership we got right now, I mean, he did it. It's out. Do you want to leave them in there and have them making decisions? That scatterbrain I'm sorry. Face it, Biden was even telling the president to lie, of Afghanistan to lie, because they knew it was a situation. So I agree. There's nobody wrong on this. All I'm saying is our troops don't need to be sacrificed to these people. And if leave them in there any longer, then they would be getting attacked by probably a Chinese or a Russian flying a Black Hawk helicopter and shooting at our troops. So, that could have been. It hasn't been, but it could have been. So it's just a bad situation. Absolutely, Bagram Air Base out in the middle of nowhere. That was a disaster, but that's the leadership we had. So I believe it was just going to lead to a bigger disaster. And for the people in there, I'm sorry. I mean, I've been asking you when my grandson was over there, why are we over there? And why I didn't come against, because Trump had he had the Taliban back down. So obviously Biden didn't have the Taliban back down, and they know we got a weak president. And the enemies of the United States, probably back in China, who want that territory. I'm telling you, I can't go there. When you got, I'm sorry, we need to stop this crap where we're sending our kids to go fight. So wealthy people, corporations can go and establish their businesses. And then our kids, the average American sends their children in to get shot and killed. So I'm sorry, I can't go across that line. But I appreciate what you're saying and on everything else there, but it just comes down to the leadership, man. I'm sorry, and part of it is why were all those Americans over there? Okay, you mean I could see it over here? My grandson could tell me what it's like over there, and they living over there and they can't see it. They trusted that puppet government to do the job, and apparently, don't put a guilt trip on the American people. I mean, they threw their guns down, they ran. It was their women and children that's going to be sacrificed to the Taliban. And it's not my children, and I'm no freaking liberal either now. But
well, why don't you move on to a topic that makes some sense, because you're not making any on this one, Chevy guy. You just don't get it. We left Americans behind.
Okay.
We left people that helped us for 20 damn years behind. You can't do that. You had to get them out first and then take your military out.
How many soldiers are you willing? By halfway.
Well, wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that you're putting a higher priority on the lives of an American soldier versus an American citizen because they were there? Oh my God. Okay, move on. I'm gonna have a moose moment on you.
I don't care. We live in America, and we have a right to our own opinion.
All right, and you've said it so many times though, and it's not really convincing anyone to see it your way. That's the problem there. It's just because we're going to agree to disagree.
Okay. Well, I can't. Well, as long as I've got a baby girl sitting there in uniform. We just agree that you're wrong. Other than that, and hey, when you're, listen, in all fairness, and this is the truth, I'm not ashamed to say, when your child was there, I was totally oblivious. I didn't pay, I had an opinion one way or the other, So it's a personal thing, and I can't go past what my feelings is on it. And that's, I just don't trust who we have in leadership now. If Trump would have won, I do believe it'd have been a different situation.
Thank you.
But and that's where we're at. So you're right, and I believe when it comes to my personal and my family, I'm right, because even though under Trump, my grandson's back, but my grandson didn't count. PTSD, the whole 9 yards. When you kill somebody, it stays with you. So even when you win, you lose sometimes, guy. And as for Columbus Day, I'm probably going to make somebody mad here. See, I believe in Adam and Eve. So we're all indigenous people. I mean, it's just some of us went to the east, others went to the west. So if the Indians don't like the country, then they can go back where they come from, Russia. Other than that, I've probably got the lines lit up now. But like I said, it's America. We have a right to our opinion. And I do appreciate that fact. And I do appreciate, and I think I called him a hero, the man, your caller that went in to rescue, get people out. And just absolutely, but I'm sorry, how many soldiers are we willing to give up because people were over there for their greed? As for the people that helped us, to me, it seems like that policy should have been is if them and their family were helping our troops, and when that troop left, they should have came back with us. So, but I don't run the country.
They were abandoned.
Did I make you mad enough?
They were abandoned.
Oh, I'm not going to argue that they were abandoned. But how many of our soldiers are we willing to give up? How many of
All right. Yeah.
are we willing to die?
I mean,
we abandoned
your daughter and whoever's serving over there. They volunteered. They joined. They know that there is a risk involved. You don't leave Americans behind. Damn it.
Sort of like we did in Vietnam. Sort of like we did in World War II. We do it. We do it. We keep saying we don't, but we do it. I mean, you're still digging up people from Korea. If it means losing 2 more soldiers to bring back one that was over there because his corporation said, "Yeah, we're okay, stay over there," and he stayed over there to make his $200,000 a year, tax-free money. And no, I'm sorry. I can't go back on my opinion on this.
Okay, well, I need the dynamite. I need the dynamite, and that's all I can do. Thanks, Chevy guy. Okay. Like I said, we've discussed it. I've heard this argument so many times, and if you can't get it through somebody's skull, you don't. We were there. Hey, my son was there. Damn it, and he doesn't regret having been there. He felt like he was doing something good for the people when he was there. And you've got 20 years, and yes, you've got thousands and thousands who feel like they served for nothing the way this ended up unfolding, just pulling the forces out and leaving Americans behind. I don't care if they were government contractors. I don't care if they were from corporations that were trying to build the country. That's what capitalism's all about. You invest, but at the same time, they were relying on U.S. forces. And when the time came where the forces were going to get out, they couldn't get to the airport. We abandoned Bagram Airfield. We turned it over to the terrorists, and we left them behind. But all right, we got to get a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back, take a deep breath, give me 4 Lisinoprils, please, with a shot of vodka on the side. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. Be rolling toward bottom of the hour. News break, as we call it, just ahead. And, of course, we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Talking about the first of all, it was the coal executive we were talking about earlier, saying that there may be some concerns. We might not be able to meet demand this winter. Inventories of distillates. We're talking diesel for both transportation and heating oil. Currently in this country are enough to meet just 31 days of demand. According to the Energy Information Administration, that is the tightest it's been for this time of year in 21 years. As a result, we may be headed into winter with the lowest stockpiles of heating oil to meet surging demand in more than 2 decades. The dwindling supplies raise the specter of energy shortages and price spikes in the U.S. this winter, at a time when the rest of the world has already been upended by fuel shortages and blackouts. They also underscore how the rebound from the pandemic, a surge in demand for virtually all goods, and an ensuing trucking boom, are all colliding with volatile energy markets, threatening to raise the cost of fuel for the homeowner, for the farmer, for you, the truck driver. Now, they say the diesel balance will not be as bad as the gas crisis in Europe right now, but it's going to be tight, very tight, was his quote. NYMEX diesel futures are trading near $2.45 per gallon after jumping to a 7-year high last week. This largely the result of the freeze in Texas that took down 18 refineries. As much as 5.5 million barrels per day of processing capacity were offline with those Arctic temperatures, which caused a drawdown of gas and diesel inventories. And I guess apparently we've not been able to replenish those supplies. But it was such a good idea to come in on day one and sign the executive order to cancel the Keystone Pipeline, because can't be using fossil fuels in this country. Let's all just freeze to death, right? All right, news break, and we'll return on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Treasury Chief Janet Yellen says all the talk about raising the debt ceiling, it's just what she calls
a housekeeping chore.
Speaking on ABC's This Week, Yellen says since 1960, Congress has raised or suspended the debt ceiling more than 80 times. So she says when it becomes an issue every time,
we should be debating the government's fiscal policy.
No significant damage reported after a magnitude 6.2 earthquake strikes off the southern tip of Hawaii's Big Island just before noon local time on Sunday. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of utility customers in Northern California.
Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
According to the National Weather Service, in Springfield, Missouri, I got another tornado on the ground, they're saying. Newton County, southwest Missouri. Let's see. Again, tornado on the ground, moving north at 30 miles per hour. Radar confirmed. Damaging tornado. This includes along I-49 between the 17 and the 34 mile markers. Again, tornado on the ground. It is a confirmed tornado. And 3/4-inch hail with that cell as well. So we continue a very active night. Now, even outside the areas that are experiencing tornado warnings, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings along that line, producing 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds. Again, even outside of the tornadoes. This is, let's see, the latest one. North central Newton County, Jasper County. It's all in southwestern Missouri. I-44 between the 12 and 29 mile marker, 49 between the 36 and 56 mile markers. That's where you got the straight line winds up to 60 miles per hour. They've seen a fair share of tornado warnings here on a Monday. Northern Kentucky Hillbilly, hey there.
Hey, I just had to call in. Chevy guy had me all worked up, so I'll tell you, frustrated as hell listening to that. His daughter, I'm not sure daughter or grandson, I'm not sure who was over there. I mean, they know what they're going in for. They want you. They can put you in the middle of a war. They can put you in the middle of a street watching cars. You know, you just never know what you're going to be doing. And it's heartbreaking that we left there. I'm one that thinks we still should have our soldiers there, mainly just get intelligence to keep them from coming over here, because we stopped numerous plans of stuff to come over here. Now that no one's there, we don't know what's going to happen now to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've lost soldiers, and I mean, it's just part of it. You sign up for it. I spent over 4 years there. I understand what hell there is over there. I don't agree with how they pulled it out at all. So wrong. That's why the family that went over, the little girl that was with the family, she hid in the ceiling. Her dad hit her in the ceiling. They came in, broke both his legs, broke both his arms, and he had to watch why his wife got raped by numerous guys. Killed her, then they killed him, and she had a 17-year-old sister that they took. You know, we don't have any clue where she's at. And there's my friends are still trying to get the little girl over to adopt her. She's still in Turkey. But by no means, I don't think we should have pulled all of our troops out. And by no means, we should have never have left any American citizen behind. It's just heartbreaking. Everything there is about the whole situation that happened over there.
Yeah. Well, you just got back from going over there, right?
Yeah, I'm about a week and a half, 2 weeks out from being over there. And yeah, I was offered a lot of money to get my family friends out, but all I had to do was pay for my wages that I lost from. That's all I wanted. I just don't mind helping somebody. I'll stop and help anybody. I'll help anybody there is on the street. I'll help anybody there is that needs any help. I don't mind helping anybody. But when I go over there, it was, I had a plan. I put my plan in effect, got them out. No one was hurt. No one even knew a thing that was going on. It was kind of shocking how simple it was. That there's numerous other people over there that need to get out, and our government's just letting them just stay over there, and they're going door to door. They're going everywhere trying to find the Americans.
I saw a headline.
What I think they're going to do is just
saw a headline over the weekend.
I think they're going to hold them hostage.
Did I not see that supposedly U.S. personnel were supposed to meet with Taliban personnel in Qatar or something over the weekend to discuss trying to get some of those that are still there out? I thought I saw that. I'll do a double check, but yeah, Northern Kentucky Hillbilly, thank you for your call and the time you spent. Carol chimed in. She said, our child was there. And yes, it is personal. Now our child is wanting to go back and bring out the people left behind. And look at it, 17 before the hour. Let's jump over to Sylvester. Happy Monday. Is it a beautiful day in the land down under?
It's cold, it's overcast, and it's been raining all day.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's a beautiful day for my garden. Yeah, it's a beautiful day for my garden, my friend. Now, one of my best friends was over there the same time your son was over there. I don't know if you remember the conversations we had and, way back when. And I will tell you what Chucky said about all of this. He was just downright disgusted that we left so many of our fellow Americans over there. Now, this is just the Americans. That's not even counting our allies, the ones who put their lives at stake by helping us. Not the ones that without them, we couldn't have foiled so many attempts at the killing of those same American lives. Those people who stood there and helped to protect our people while they were there. You got to remember, there were still a lot of people over there that were for us. It was just some that weren't. But anyway, in saying all that, if you look at the last gentleman that was on here, and you're talking, what's her name? Cheryl? Is that right?
Carol, yes.
Cheryl?
Mm-hmm.
Carol, okay. Those are people who understand the whole aspect of the military brotherhood, i.e. sisterhood, and those who understand that the people that you work with when you're in harm's way, you share a bond with that you can never break. Look, I get you don't want your family members to die. I have a nephew who's just about to graduate from North Georgia College, I don't call it college anymore, North Georgia University, and go into the Army as a second lieutenant, I think. And let me tell you, in this day and age where I know for a fact, without a doubt in my mind, that we're going to war very soon. It can't be too long. Which will segue to the next discussion that we have about Taiwan, which I never talk about. Did I just lose coverage? You still there?
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my phone went crazy. So anyway, look, I get it. I don't want to lose Kyle. He's a good kid. I remember when he was born. But you know what? He made a decision that he was going to protect and serve this country, that he was going to protect and serve under the oath that I posted before the feed crashed. The lawful orders of the president and all of the officers above him. And let me tell you something. I made that same oath. And it's, when you get out, you don't say, well, that oath I made 4 years ago, 8 years ago, 25 years ago, whatever, is no longer valid. It continues to be valid. That doesn't change. You still are standing behind that oath. And he's made that decision that his life, he is signed over to protect and defend the United States and anything that is told that he's supposed to do, lawful order. For those who don't understand that, Chevy guy obviously doesn't get that. Look, I understand the selfish desire that your family members come first, but I got news for you. They've signed their life away so that all of those Americans shall live and that we should protect and defend them with our lives. Anyway, in saying that, I guess you've been hearing the things that have been going on with our former prime minister when he went over to Taiwan a few days ago, what the Chinese are saying, all the things that are going on in China. Now Xi Jinping is now saying, sooner rather than later, Taiwan will be rejoined to the CCP. The Taiwanese are now ramping up their defensive training. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the U.S. actually has stationed troops in Taiwan. Do you know about this?
I do not, no.
We landed Marines and I believe Army, I think they're Special Forces, but I'm not positive, in Taiwan this weekend. I think it was maybe a few days before. You saw the report that I sent you about the USS Connecticut, correct?
I think I saw those reports. Yes.
Hitting the project. Okay. Of course, they're not saying where that happened or when it happened exactly or what the item was, but there are suspicions of what's actually going on. The Japanese have also moved more defensive military in that area. When I say in that area, there's a series of islands just southwest of Okinawa, which are now militarized by the Japanese, which have defensive missiles that are and radar systems that are close enough to help defend Taiwan. There's a lot of stuff going on. But it's sad, though, that we have an idiot in the White House who is saying stupid crap like the Taiwan agreement, which there's no such thing. I sent you that report about that last week.
Yes.
The Taiwan.
They said what? He didn't.
Seriously,
no one. The media couldn't figure out what the hell he was talking about.
Not just the media, the Taiwan government. Did you see the? The report from the Taiwan government? We have no idea what this guy is talking about. That's scary. Think about this. They're saying that the U.S. government has no clue, i.e., our president has no clue what he's talking about. There is no quote unquote Taiwan agreement, and they asked to have some clarification of that. It's just scary what's going on now. You mentioned before about the coal not being imported to China. So Australia produces the cleanest coal on Earth. It has the lowest sulfur content, has the highest burning temperature, which makes it so it burns more efficiently than any other coal on Earth. And the Chinese stockpiled it. So right now what's going on is that they've still got their stockpile, but they're trying to be more efficient with it. That's one of the reasons. And they're also trying to get more toward nuclear as well as wind and things like that, where they don't have to rely on things like Australian coal.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing too that I'm talking about is was it the second largest, or might have been the second or third largest property development company in China failed to make its debt payment this last week. Did you see that?
Yeah, I think for the second time, it's millions of dollars in interest payments alone.
Oh yeah, like nearly $1 billion in interest payments. So it's rapidly coming, because that's actually 30% of the growth that has occurred in China, and their economic growth has been in their property market. You may not have seen this, but maybe you did. I think we might have even discussed it, where they demolished the 8 square blocks of buildings that remained incomplete over a period of like 10 years. They just never were completed because they couldn't afford to. Look, the Chinese economy is collapsing. And if anybody looks at what happened just prior to World War II, one of the reasons why the Japanese ended up attacking us was because we had these embargoes against them that were destroying their economy because of funny enough, their attacks on Manchuria, which is part of China. It's only going to get worse. And hopefully I'll still be able to, hear, the show when the shooting begins. But every member of the military knows you sign your life to protect and defend the country and the Constitution and the people of the United States of America. Those people, it doesn't matter where they are. That's your job. That's what you signed your life away for the period of your enlistment. And of course, the oath doesn't stop there. Steve, fantastic show. Keep it up, my brother. I love hearing it, and I appreciate you. And don't forget, people, hit that thumbs up every show.
He constantly reminds people about that. All right, we got to get a quick timeout here. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I did a quick search there for Sylvester talking about U.S. forces in Taiwan, and I guess apparently it's not really something new. They say small numbers, this is from Reuters, small numbers of U.S. Special Ops forces have actually been rotating into Taiwan on a temporary basis to train with Taiwanese forces. According to the report last Thursday, the Pentagon, which historically has not disclosed details about U.S. training or advising of Taiwan forces, did not specifically comment or confirm the deployment. I don't have any comments on specific operations, engagements, or training, but I'd like to highlight that our support for and the defense relationship with Taiwan remains aligned against the current threat posed by the People's Republic of China. That was the statement from the Pentagon spokesman. Taiwan's defense ministry declined to comment, saying only that all military exchanges are carried out in accordance with annual plans. Asked on Friday about reports of the U.S. troops, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman said the United States should cease military ties and arms sales to Taiwan to avoid damaging bilateral relations. The U.S. side should fully recognize the great sensitivity of the Taiwan issue. China will take all necessary measures to protect its sovereignty and territorial integrity. So that's been the statement for many, many years. But that makes it sound like that initial report that these rotations of training, which, if they confirmed it, it would probably just piss off the Chinese even more. If they confirmed any U.S. forces were doing anything over there as far as training and whatnot. But there you go. Hello to Philip. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, bud.
just another frustrating night on I-4. I tell you what, I love driving I-4. I swear to God I do. I'm going to get off Afghanistan, if you don't mind, and Taiwan, Steve, and tell you that I understand the dilemma you're talking about with truck parking now, because I just went by the Longwood rest area before you get into Orlando, and they had trucks piled up all the way out to where actually a car could hit them in the right lane if they weren't careful going down I-4.
Mm-hmm.
They had the trucks all the way stacked up, all the way out to the interstate, all the way down the ramp, getting into where the rest area is, the whole shot. I mean, it's bad. Not to mention all these crazy jokers out here driving insane right now. So, other than that, my life's doing pretty good, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. I mean, I'd think that the interstates would be relatively quiet at 3 o'clock in the morning, but not the case. I mean, they're hopping all day long.
You would not believe it, Steve. I just come off of, I just went by Universal. You know where Universal is?
Yeah.
The theme park. Okay. The ramp coming on to the westbound side, which is the side that I'm on, there was people coming out of that place. I guess they went to that Halloween Horror Nights or something over there, whatever they had going on. There's people coming out of there like it was just a regular park day, people exiting out the park. I never seen so many cars in it. And then everybody's cutting each other off. I mean, Interstate 4, you know, I try to get the best gas mileage I can. I don't run really fast, super fast. So I just stay in the right lane. I get out of the way, right? I run speed limit, stay in the right lane. And these people are cutting me off like something wrong with me or something. I'm trying to do the right thing here, and I'm like, what's going on? They're just cutting each other off left and right, you know? I don't get it. I mean, I went through the same thing yesterday, Saturday night, coming through Orlando, Saturday night into Sunday morning. Same time, about 3 o'clock in the morning. And the cars were just coming out of Church Street, right in I-4 downtown there. And I know the guys are all down there drinking. That's where everybody goes and they drink. And, man, these guys were just cutting each other off and craziness. I mean, just pandemonium out there. I mean, I'm glad there wasn't a lot of trucks around because they'd been some accidents. Them boys would have slammed into something big. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, but yeah, it gets kind of crazy down here, Steve. So everybody wants to come down on vacation, I guess, huh? Be out here at 3 o'clock in the morning. So, what did you hear the one about the ships that were anchored off of Los Angeles and all that, causing that pipeline to be moved? That caused that leak. Did you hear that, Steve?
I mean, that's the speculation is that an anchor may have been dropped by one of those cargo ships, and you hooked onto the pipeline, correct?
Well, the thing I can't understand, Steve, and I'm not an engineer, but why would you put a pipeline that's underneath water, really deep, that's only a half-inch thick, and run pressure through it with all kinds of oil, and no dumbass is going to take and put a boat anchor on it?
You know,
that's what I don't understand.
They say those maritime operations out there, I mean, they monitor very closely where ships are, and I guess they have to get authorization before they're going to drop an anchor to make sure something exactly like that doesn't happen. But yeah, that's about all that was last I heard. And, that they also discussed why the leak wasn't detected quicker, I guess because they're saying it was only a 13-inch gash in the pipeline, not completely severed. So the oil was flowing out of the gash much.
Energy Center in downtown St. Paul. No word on a possible motive. A Facebook VP says the company is trying to make Facebook and Instagram a safer place for teens.
We can't change human nature, and can do is change our products, which is exactly what we're doing.
Facebook's Nick Clegg on CNN's State of the Union. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the My Pillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the My Pillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. Giza Dream Sheets as low as $49.99, but only if you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Former White House press chief Stephanie Grisham says she regrets not resigning from her post as Melania Trump's chief of staff sooner. She said on NBC's Meet the Press, people should believe her written account of what it was like to work for the former president because she's now far removed from Washington, and adds she thinks Trump actually believes he won the 2020 election, and she also doesn't believe he's going to run in 2024. Crude oil prices were up in recent days, and analyst Trilby Lundberg says that means gasoline prices rose too.
Gasoline prices moved up 6 cents per gallon to $3.31, $1.07 higher than it was a year ago.
Georgia, the new number one team in the country after Alabama's historic loss to Texas A&M on Saturday. The Bulldogs, the number one now in this week's top 25 coaches poll, their first number one ranking since 2008. The Crimson Tide falling to 5th. And this is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's
Cotton
ability
prices
to
the highest
lubricate
they've been.
because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, there you go. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast into a Monday. Now we roll on to the late night, early morning hours. I'll do a quick check and following the weather. All right, not seeing any, haven't seen any fresh tornado warnings in been almost an hour now. Okay, so yeah, things beginning to calm a little bit. Still seeing plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings, straight line winds and whatnot. Yeah, what's the latest on this search for Brian Laundrie? Yeah, the bounty hunter, Dwayne Chapman, has been augmented by 2 and 4-footed allies. Dwayne the bounty hunter says, Dog the bounty hunter says, we got a bunch of volunteers. Most of them are former law enforcement former Navy SEALs and Marines were on the hunt. Now, he also said a canine unit has had a little bit of action in Florida. These dogs are obviously trained to track the scent, the adrenaline of a human, not like a sock, and find the guy. So these dogs are incredible. Now, a spokesperson for Chapman says that dog doesn't care who brings laundry in. Yeah, he just wants him apprehended. Friday, Chapman's team announced that it has law enforcement support. As an example of his...
Leave a message. Wife showed me how to text message, let you know I've been out here since the 80s. I don't know when your dad started radio, but I remember listening to him, all the way east and west and south.
Right.
And then glad you got back on there. I really missed you when you were on there. I run to Cleveland every night, about 11 o'clock to 5 in the morning, and then back to Columbus at 5. So, when you went on there, I was listening to those other guys, and just not the same.
Yeah.
So, but I'm going to retire at the end of this year. I told my wife, I said, I might have to be waking up at 1 or 2 in the morning just to listen to Steve so I can get the latest and greatest news from you guys.
There you go.
Eagle and Lone Ranger and all them. So, but I called your dad in and called, when you used to have to go to the payphone at truck stops, I'd call in your dad. Sometimes I'd call in just to listen to the broadcast or listen to the radio station because I couldn't get it on the radio.
So you just listen on hold. Yeah, a lot of drivers did that.
Yeah. So, but I sure enjoy the podcast. At least now during the day, I can at least pull that up and listen to it when I'm out doing what I'm going to do. But I'll be 65 in January, so I'm just thought I'd better get in Social Security before it's all gone.
Yeah.
At least get in the system. So, but just wanted to call and say I've been going to miss it out here. Some guys say you're going to miss driving, but I don't think so. So, then, like you said, seen a lot in 42 years.
No doubt about it. Yeah. So, you sent the message earlier about the 42 years. And several other drivers were congratulating you on that.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. And like I said, a couple of drivers say, "Oh, you'll be back." I don't know. It's not as fun out here as it used to be. And it's, going up to Cleveland, I always have a light load. And I'm passing other trucks, and when you're passing another truck, and you see they got their feet up on the dash, and they're watching movie or whatever there is on their iPod or their computer or their phone, because it lights up. I'm thinking you're supposed to be out there driving, paying attention to what's going on.
Yep, right.
So I see a lot of that, but I'll just let you go. But I'm sure we're gonna miss some time listening to you guys. Like I said, I'll probably wake up and sneak out to the living room, be like Jake State Farm.
Right? Yeah, what's she look like? Yes. Well, I got to ask, have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products, Rudy Tootie? You're being a first-time caller.
No, I haven't.
Well, we got to get you...
I was listening Friday to them. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Got to get you a code.
I didn't realize there was other stuff besides... Yeah. Other stuff besides... for diesel, because I don't have a diesel vehicle and I drive a company truck, but I think I want to try that stuff for the garage doors.
Yeah, all right, you got that.
Yeah,
and in your automobile, you can use the Stiction Eliminator, and you can, of course, use the Gasoline Extreme. You try them out, and I think you'll be a true believer from this day forward.
I think I will be, too, because that's another thing. I appreciate Hot Shot Secret giving me this radio station so we can listen to you. It was just like I said, it was when you went on there, I'm calling in, where's Steve at? Well, he's not here anymore. Well, what's going on? And then I found you on Facebook, and I seen you, when you started up. And of course, I called a bunch of friends of mine, truck drivers, because they were asking, where are you going? I said, somewhere in January, you'll be back. So I try to tell as many people I could for you. So I hope it's a long and you can retire from this. when you decide to retire.
One of these old days, yeah. Oh, great.
Sure.
That's great. Well, I got
Yeah.
got your number here. We'll get you they'll text you the coupon code, $60. And yeah, one of these nights when Chris is back in with us,
good.
you got to call us up and tell us what kind of a miracle it worked for you.
I will.
Good deal.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Have a great night. And yeah, all those years, first time caller. All right. Under the industry headlines here on a Monday morning, the motorist who struck a road ranger while he was setting up a detour last week, offering an apology for his mistake. Again, this was last week in Tampa, Florida, when a semi-truck wrecked, burst into flames, causing a subsequent crash with another vehicle, while a road ranger was then setting up a detour for traffic to avoid the wreckage, when 71-year-old Everett Simpson apparently did not notice the detour or the road ranger and crashed right into him. The road ranger is currently in the hospital with serious injuries. Simpson said he wants him to know that he's sorry. I tried to swerve and miss him. I'm sorry I hit him. Yeah, I tried to tell the policeman to tell him that I was coming around a curve and he was right there. Now, he has since been cited for careless driving. Road rangers are a big family, just like we're a big family at the Department of Transportation. There's some emotions running strong, so we've just asked for prayers and support for the road rangers, according to the Florida DOT. It's surprising and really, unfortunately, anytime you see flashing lights out there, you need to slow down. It doesn't matter if it's a tow truck, a road ranger, law enforcement, ambulance. That's the whole point of the move over law. Slow down, move over a lane, and if you can't move over, you need to drop 20 miles per hour under the speed limit. So 20 miles per hour there in the state of Florida. Then in this particular case, all right, put yourself in his shoes. A truck driver has been charged with second-degree murder after a road rage incident with a motorist that ended in a death. Now, this is last Wednesday in Charleston, West Virginia. 66-year-old James Armstrong. He's the truck driver driving his semi-truck along Route 119 when a red Chevy Cruze, driven by Eric Sammons, pulled in front of his rig at the intersection of Route 119 and Route 52, blocking the rig from going any further. Sammons gets out of his car and he's walking to Armstrong's door while screaming and cursing. The truck driver said he rolled down the window, but Sammons pulled the cab door open, at which point he pulled a .380 Ruger and shot Sammons in the upper chest. Sammons died at the scene. Armstrong's attorney claims the shooting was in self-defense, and Armstrong had no choice but to protect himself. Now, his attorney says as soon as he shot him, he called 911, and he said, "Listen, I just shot somebody. I had no intent to shoot the guy, but I had no choice. I had to protect myself. My client never opened the door." There are witnesses to the effect that Sammons was making threatening comments the whole time he was proceeding back to the semi. He then proceeded to open the door. He was getting physical. It was going to have a physical altercation, at which time my client justifiably fired a shot. Again, so Armstrong now charged with second-degree murder and being held at the Southwestern Regional Jail, a $200,000 cash-only bond. So, what to do? At what point are you justified in maybe pulling the trigger? I guess is my question. Does he have a leg to stand on? Or all right, we'll get back and maybe Grump or some of you can chime in on that. And our number is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better. For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, look at 23 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. JR, got you coming up here right after we chat with the Grump. Yeah, what do you say, Grump? Happy Monday.
Hey, yeah, happy Monday, buddy. You know, I heard Chevy guy. Don't get me going on that guy. But that was uncalled for. You know, I think that guy's got a pretty good case in West Virginia. I really do. I mean, they have a stand your ground law, and a lot of them applies only to residents. But there's not really a place for him to retreat, and that's a key word. You know, if he felt that his life was threatened, and he, pulled a gun and shot a guy. I know somebody jerks my door open there, shot son of a gun. You know, that's just the way it is, man. I'm not going to take a chance on some idiot, hurting me or harming me. You know, my family depends on me, but but you got people out there that it just doesn't register in their damn head, Steve. You know, I've got 2 videos right now that I've saved, and both of them were just trucks, driving. These idiots out here today, like one of them just a little bit ago, coming down 65 just outside of Marshall, Missouri, just did this donut, cut, on a turnaround crossover there on the Highway 65. He was going northbound, just cuts into the crossover right in front of me, man. I mean, just right in front of me, and it's raining like hell, and he could see me. I'm on the brakes and pumping the brakes, hitting them pretty hard, and kind of getting the truck to slide a little bit, but it was absolutely ridiculous. And by the time I got stopped, all the guy could say was, no see you. Okay. I'm thinking, what the hell is wrong with these people? It's like, I don't know, man. I tell you, it's just, our government's just allowing this crap to happen, with all these these foreign nationals that, you know, they do good to speak English, and yet they're out here, you know, damn near killing people. So it's crazy. But, you know, like I say, it's a damn shame. You know, I mean, here a guy is, you know, somebody pulls around in front of him. You know, I had a guy in Cleveland, Ohio there. It was a few years ago. He was in a traffic jam, and he tried cutting over in front of me. And I'm not somebody that holds up traffic, you know, or blocks lanes and stuff like that. I just do my thing, you know, and the hell with that. You know, I don't like it when somebody does it to me. But this fool, big old heavy guy, he comes up and gets out of his car. You know, he's trying to cut over, and I'm coming up to where the lanes were actually splitting off. And here this idiot is. He cuts over like a fool, and you know, right in front of me, and he jams his damn brakes on like I was trying to hold him up. You know, so he gets his big ass out of the car, and I roll my window down, and he's like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" You know, just screaming to high heaven. He's a big dude, man. So I'm getting a hold of, you know, something, and I thought, well, if you come up here and start, you know, fighting with me, we're gonna have a problem. And I said, dude, I'm not gonna jam my damn brakes on, let you in, get your ass in line with everybody else. Well, you know, we're standing there, and he's arguing with me, and I said, you got more of a problem now than you had a minute ago. He said, what? I said, your damn car's rolling down the hill. And you ought to seen this lard ass trying to catch his car. I mean, just a little bitty car. How he got in it, I don't know. But here he is trying to catch his damn car, and it bumped the car in front of him. I thought, well, here we go. But then some bigger dude gets out of that car, and so I thought, well, this is going to be interesting, and I'm going to catch all this on my dash cam. But this is what's out here today. This is the road rage and all the craziness that's going on with the people. And it's like signs. They put damn signs up. Well, that's just a suggestion. Whether it's a whatever kind of sign it is, I don't give a rat's rear if it's a speed limit sign, do not enter sign. That's just a suggestion. There is absolutely no courteous drivers anymore. Nobody wants to just take a deep breath and relax and realize that they got to share the road with somebody. You know, coming across 80 today in Iowa, 3 fatality accidents, 3 within 100 miles. It was just, you know, every time you turn around, you know, you get up a little bit of speed there, you know, where you think you're going to be able to make a little bit of time up, boom, dead stopped in the damn road because of idiots that just refused to be attentive to what they're doing. They got to be doing other things, you know, multitasking, tinkering with their phone, pissed off at somebody. You know, I seen one car today that changed lanes he was just bebopping back and forth, and I never lost sight of the guy. I mean, he's driving like a total dumbass, and I never lost sight of him. I mean, he stayed right there in front of me. So I don't know, man, where it's going to end, but, you know, that truck driver, I feel for him. You know, like I said, if somebody jerks my door open, hey, you know, we're going to deal with it. That's not going to happen. I don't go around, you know, putting my hands on people or jerking doors open, things like that. So, you know, I think he's got a good shot at getting out of it under stand your ground. You know, it's kind of fuzzy there. It talks about a residence. I was reading that law. I'd read that, you know, about that guy that got. In fact, I was there Wednesday. I was going through Charleston Wednesday, and on my regular run up to Maryland. But I didn't see anything that happened, so I don't know. But you know, this Taiwan thing, man, this is kind of nuts. You know, we've always had people in Taiwan. You know, we've had, you know, troops training, you know, Taiwanese military for many years. Everything from, you know, just aircraft to, you know, to basic security and, you know, on bases. And this is getting kind of crazy, man. It's you know, this can teeter in a very bad way very quickly. And I just hope the hell that Biden will listen to somebody other than the idiots that are in, you know, the Joint Chiefs that are there now. I don't know. I don't know if he will or not. You know, this fool, he's, you know, it's a scary thought to think that, you know, we would have an engagement, a major engagement with a country like China. this bonehead that we got for a president right now in office, and peace through strength. That's always been something. That was Reagan's motto, peace through strength. And it's a reason why we build up our military. We provide them with the best that we possibly can, and we pay our guys good and our women good and everything. But, because they are going to have to go to places that they don't want to go, whether the Chevy guy likes it or not. That's just the way it is. That's the realities of being in the military. I spent 20 years there, been all over the world doing some crap that, I know my mom and dad, when back in the day was saying, hey, I wish the hell he hadn't, he wasn't there, But I went for, 2 or 3 years without ever, talking to him. I mean, it wasn't that it was just so, we were gone all the time. Deployed here and deployed there. And that's just the realities of being in the military. And I loved every minute of it. So, I don't know, man. I tell you, this is a spooky time for this country, because if it's, if we got a coalition of the willing, remember that comment from, Bush 41, when, we got a coalition of the willing, and that's one of the things that so many countries that got involved in Desert Storm, then Desert Shield, and then Desert Storm, we had a coalition of people that had the same thoughts that we did, and we had a military to back it up. We had over 1 million troops that were deployed everywhere. I mean, that's just the way it was. And now, of course, we're leaner and we have a lot better equipment and different things. But do we have the leadership to implement what we need to do? And it's, whether it's a scary thought or not, I mean, the reality of it is sometimes you got to go after the guy. I mean, here you got China, and they're bucking for a fight. Number one, their economy is collapsing. Mm-hmm. They're doing everything humanly possible right now, and to I don't know, if it happens, Japan, you got Japan right there, you got Australia right there, you got a lot of the British navies moving in a position. We've got a battle group there. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what the hell they would think they were going to gain by it, because if it starts, we will defend Taiwan. I mean, that's just the way it is. It could turn ugly very quick, but there's a lot of people around in the area there. Like I said, you got Japan there that can't stand China. Never have liked them, never will. They'll jump on them in a second. They got a capable Navy, and they got a capable military. So if it happens, it can be a blow up pretty quick. You got Russia, right now.
It'd get ugly like right now. That's my greatest concern. Yep. Well, Grump, we gotta get our news break in here. Bottom of the hour. Lines available on a Back to Work Monday. It is 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Folks in the nation's heartland said to stay on alert as severe weather could stretch into the night. The Storm Prediction Center forecasting the continued potential for outbreaks of tornadoes with widespread damaging winds in sections of Oklahoma and North Texas. A woman is dead and 14 people injured after a mass shooting at a crowded bar in St. Paul, Minnesota early Sunday morning, and now 3 suspects are being treated for gunshot wounds but will be booked as soon as they're discharged. The mass shooting happening at the 7th Street Truck Park, a bar and eatery near the XL Energy Center in downtown St. Paul. No word on a possible motive. A Facebook VP says the company is trying to make Facebook and Instagram a safer place for teens.
We can't change human nature, and can do is change our products, which is exactly what we're doing.
Facebook's Nick Clegg on CNN's State of the Union. This is USA Radio News.
Life can be full of risks. One thing you shouldn't take a risk with ever is your family's health insurance. If you're self-employed or you now need affordable health insurance, you need to make this free call right now and see how the Health Insurance Helpline can help you get it. We specialize in helping the self-employed and people just like you that need affordable health insurance to get it. We have short and long-term health insurance plans, and some even cover dental, vision, and prescription drugs. Don't take a risk with your
your family's health insurance, it's not worth it. If you're self-employed or now need affordable health insurance, call right now and learn for free how to get it. Listen, affordable health insurance plans for everyone just like you are a free phone call away. So give us a shout right now.
800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. 800-470-8021. That's 800-470-8021.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There we go. We'll get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Meanwhile, lines available at 844-844-3388. There you go. JR, what's going on?
Well, thank you for taking my call. Is this really the Steve Summers all-night telephone?
Yes, that would be. That's correct, yes.
I mean, am I really talking to the Steve Summers living legend in his own mind?
In my own mind, yes.
Good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. I got a question for you. You were talking about that truck driver in West Virginia. Do you know if anybody has started a GoFundMe page for his release?
Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, the story I shared, that's all I had. I got it from CDL Life. They had that story, so.
Okay. I was just wondering because I know that guy that driver, the one that killed them people out in Colorado, within a couple hours they had a GoFundMe page to get that to raise money for his bail.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I might lose you here. Bad cell phone zone. But like I say, I was wondering if anybody had started raising any money for his bail.
Yeah, if I find anything further in regards to that, I'll definitely pass it on. But I haven't seen anything as far as that goes. I mean, I got him on a $200,000 bond. That's up there.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good chunk of change.
Yep.
And but now I got a question for you. I've been out. I haven't been listening to your show. I've been down for a month with the China flu.
Oh boy.
But it was thrills, buddy. I'm telling you. Thought I was getting ready to take the big dirt nap. But my question is, and I haven't heard of it from anybody, what is America going to do to retaliate to the Chinese over this China flu? That's my question.
Mm-hmm.
Has our wonderful leadership going to do anything? Or are they just going to, or is China Joe going to sit on his dog?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, even if they do discover the origins were in the lab in Wuhan, which I believe it was, they'll probably just say, well, it was accidental, wasn't on purpose, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, that is it. I would not wish that stuff on my worst enemy. But anyhow, Steve, as always, it was good to talk to you. Great show. And, by the way, one thing about it, the Hot Shot Secret does work. It works really good. I got in a jam. I need to start a fire real quick. Poured a little bit on the firewood. It took off, and so if you're ever in a jam, you need some quick heat, pour it on a little bit of a tree, and she'll like right.
Okay. I don't know if that's a recommendation or not, but okay.
Hey, it saved my bacon. Because that meant I got to eat that weekend, you know what I mean?
I hear you.
All right, thanks, Steve. Appreciate your time. Have a good morning.
Great to hear from you. Be safe out there. Let me see here. You got the owner-operator, Mike Lamb, said he couldn't really explain it, but as he traveled with his son to Las Vegas for the 2021 Landstar Deliver to Win truck giveaway, he said he had a feeling. Now, he's based in Joshua, Texas. He was one of 5 finalists, all of which were owner-operators leased to Landstar. I really didn't know what to expect, but for one reason or another, it just felt good, he said. A 20% chance. Now, I've been to Vegas several times, and I've never had that good of odds. Basically, I just had my fingers crossed, but while he obviously wanted to win all 5 finalists, everybody wanted to win. He said, I had some mixed thoughts as the announcement drew closer. I'm sitting here thinking, what am I going to do if I win? Do I keep it? Do I sell the truck? I've been thinking about expanding my business. That would give me the opportunity. Now, he went on to say having a truck with an automatic transmission would also be beneficial. as he typically battles heavy traffic on his route from Dallas to Laredo on I-35. Nevertheless, the time had come to pick a winner. Lamb would be the second to select from 5 boxes. They've got A, B, C, D, E. Not sure which box to pick. He turned where many of us do when we need help, and that was to his family. I ended up choosing B for Jelly Bean and Jelly Bean Jr., which are the nicknames I gave my daughter and granddaughter. Yeah, the driver who picked before me chose box A. Afterward, he told me B was going to be his second choice. And I thought to myself, I hope by the end of this, you'll be wishing it was your first choice. But the nicknames paid off. And then some. B was, in fact, the winning box. Lamb was presented with a brand new 2022 Kenworth T680, courtesy of Landstar and ComData. I'm like a lot of owner-operators out there who want to expand their business, provided you can find a driver who'll take care of the equipment. It's a crazy time to be trying to ramp up a business with the whole pandemic, but there's plenty of freight out there right now, no doubt about that. But congratulations to Mr. Lamb. All right, we'll get a quick time out in here and come back with more of your calls. Lines wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what else in the mix here? Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Rolling into a Monday. Yeah, let's see. Zorro checking in about an hour ago. Says, I'm a veteran. If I was still on active duty, I would in a heartbeat have given my life before a civilian. That's why we enlisted. To protect the civilians and our country. Billy on board. Morning, Steve Sommers in the overnight drive, folks. 70 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina tonight. Great to have you with us. Hello to Fred. Happy Monday, Fred. Morning, Steve, and everyone from West Central Louisiana. It's a warm 77 degrees and no rain yet. Larry's on board here. There you go. Good to have you with us, Larry. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. Totally different subject out of China. We've all been kind of, throughout the pandemic, wondering why the numbers coming out of China, where they said, yeah, they had it under control, right? As we dealt with massive outbreaks in the United States and India and countries all around the world. Of course, we always wonder, you question if anything coming out of China has any truth to it. According to this report, the Chinese regime has notified local authorities to prepare for a large-scale outbreak of COVID, according to leaked internal documents. One document titled Notice of Further Strengthening of Epidemic Prevention was issued by the Chinese regime's State Council, forwarded by the provincial government to local authorities on September 30th. The other is a National Day Epidemic Prevention Notice, issued by the State Council on October 1 and distributed by the Fujian provincial officials to local authorities. The documents are both marked extra urgent. Both notices request enhanced preparations for an emergency response to the outbreak, with the Chinese Communist Party putting forward at least two standards for local authorities. One is to build isolation sites, with local governments required by the end of October to set up isolation centers in rooms of not less than 20 rooms per 10,000 people. The scale of each isolation site must be more than 100 rooms. Now, the population of this province last year, 41.54 million. As of September 19th, the province had set up 35,691 quarantine rooms in 296 critical sites. Based on the standard of epidemic prevention notice, this province will need to build at least 83,000 quarantine rooms by the end of October, which is around 47,000 rooms in less than a month's time. Now, according to one expert, the requirement for the quarantine sites revealed the real situation of the pandemic in China. A former virologist at the U.S. Army Research Institute says, quote, this reflects the Chinese concern about the rise of the epidemic and must have been concealing the true epidemic in mainland China. Otherwise, it would not suddenly issue a national notice of emergency preparedness. It states, township and street CCP cadres, community grid staff, grassroots medical workers, locking down residential communities. Now, if there's no nucleic acid test, all the Chinese epidemic prevention measures are the same as political campaigns. For example, you can be quarantined at any time and put in a quarantine site, and the quarantine sites can also be a place of political persecution. No matter who you are, as long as the Chinese Communist Party says you've tested positive and a nucleic acid test, it will deprive you of all rights. These Chinese Communist Party quarantine sites are actually what you'd have to call an alternative form of concentration camp. You said you gotta wonder what's going on with China. Well, not surprising. We had the summer of love, right? 2020. Yeah, the summer of love. Was that the Portland mayor that called it that? Yeah, the year of violence. Black Lives Matter protests. The summer of 2020. Not surprising that more and more people have armed themselves and are packing at any given time. A report released Friday finds that the number of concealed carry gun permits in the country rose 10.5% in the last year. More than 21 million people now have concealed carry permits. The number of people getting concealed carry permits has increased by 48% since 2016 and grew by 10.5% amid the pandemic, just the last year. Now, that 10.5% increase translates to a record 2 million new concealed carry permits compared to the prior year's record of 1.8 million new permits. Outside the severely restrictive states of New York and California, 10% of adults in this country have a concealed carry permit, although that number comes down to an average of 8.3 when those two states are factored in. There are 21 states known as constitutional carry that enables their people to carry concealed guns without a permit at all. 15 states have more than 10% of the respective populations with a permit. Alabama leads the way with 32.1% of adults in that state carrying concealed. So you're right there, 1 in 3 people in Alabama. 6 states, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Texas, each have more than 1 million people with concealed carry permits. How about the number of women? Women carrying concealed rose overall during the pandemic by around 2%, with 14 states having 28% of their permits going to women. Comparatively, permits for women grew 108% faster than for men during the period. Yeah, a lot of women looking to protect themselves. And of course, with the surge in permits, you're also tracking an increase in gun sales last year and the first 7 months of this year, increasing 13% year over year, breaking records from the prior years since they started keeping records all the way back in 1999. All right, with that, we're up to news update here, top of the hour. Got a full hour yet to fill. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Jump on board as we roll into a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Folks in the nation's heartland said to stay on alert as severe weather could stretch into the night. The Storm Prediction Center forecasting the continued potential for outbreaks of tornadoes with widespread damaging winds in sections of Oklahoma and North Texas. A woman is dead and 14 people injured after a mass shooting at a crowded bar in St. Paul, Minnesota early Sunday morning, and now 3 suspects are being treated for gunshot wounds but will be booked as soon as they're discharged. The mass shooting happening at the 7th Street Truck Park, a bar and eatery near the XL Energy Center in downtown St. Paul. No word on a possible motive. A Facebook VP says the company is trying to make Facebook and Instagram a safer place for teens.
We can't change human nature, and can do is change our products, which is exactly what we're doing.
Facebook's Nick Clegg on CNN's State of the Union. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? especially when it comes to healthcare. And that's MediShare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Former White House press chief Stephanie Grisham says she regrets not resigning from her post as Melania Trump's chief of staff sooner. She said on NBC's Meet the Press, people should believe her written account of what it was like to work for the former president because she's now far removed from Washington, and adds she thinks Trump actually believes he won the 2020 election, and she also doesn't believe he's going to run in 2024. Crude oil prices were up in recent days, and analyst Trilby Lundberg says that means gasoline prices rose too.
Gasoline prices moved up 6 cents per gallon to $3.31, $1.07 higher than it was a year ago.
Georgia, the new number one team in the country after Alabama's historic loss to Texas A&M on Saturday. The Bulldogs, the number one now in this week's top 25 coaches poll, their first number one ranking since 2008. The Crimson Tide falling to 5th. And this is USA Radio News.
Lights out, everybody.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet.
Pleasant dreams.
The greatest radio shows of all time, USA Classic Radio Theater, on these radio stations or on demand by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
The San Francisco Federal Reserve President Mary Daly says COVID-19 is still impacting the U.S. economy, telling CBS's Face the Nation that right now the rise in costs of everyday items is directly linked to supply chain issues being felt nationwide. She says once the country's finally past the pandemic, it will see the sort of economy it's more used to. She says holiday shopping could be a bit of an issue this year with delays and maybe some price hikes because of the supply of products across the board. And for USA Radio, cotton prices the highest they've been in 10 years as prices reached $1.16 a pound on Friday, hitting prices last seen in 2011. Unlike then, though, the brunt of this spike isn't expected to be on retailers, but is being passed along to consumers. The man who brought us Captain Kirk says he's disappointed, but it's okay that his real-life trip to the edge of space is being delayed slightly because of the weather. William Shatner making the trip, as we reported a few days ago, but now Blue Origin says all vehicle mission requirements have been met, and the astronauts started some training today, but because of the forecast winds on Tuesday, the launch will be postponed today to Wednesday, so takeoff is now scheduled for Wednesday the 13th at 8:30 a.m. Central Time. And for USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Everybody loves Mondays. Yeah, you know it's my favorite day. Yeah, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. In the Central States, where the first several hours of the program had numerous tornado warnings. Some of those were actually confirmed on-the-ground tornadoes. You know, kind of see when the sun comes up how much damage may have been left behind. Yeah, I have not yet seen any reports coming in about damage. Later today, all the severe weather in the central states continues to transition northerly and easterly, impacting a broad area of the Midwest, heading up toward the Great Lakes. Meanwhile, out west, gusty winds are going to be blowing through the southwest, starting later today as a potent storm tracks inland across the west coast, and the frontal boundary shifts southward later today and into Tuesday. Now, according to forecasters, they anticipate strong, widespread winds to develop across California and southern Nevada first. 40 to 60 mile an hour winds beginning late today as cooler air rushes into the region. Higher gusts, 60 to 80 miles per hour across the higher elevations of these areas where the winds can be funneled. We could see maybe even 90 mile per hour wind gusts. So this is going to be definitely some difficult travel conditions, blowing dust, and of course, any existing wildfires will rapidly spread. High crosswinds will make for very difficult travel, and blowing dust greatly reducing visibility on the roadways. Due to these factors, the National Weather Service issued a high wind watch across parts of California, including Fresno, Sacramento, Stockton, Chico, Bakersfield, a number of major highways covered by this. High wind watch for Palmdale, California, Kingman, Arizona, and even Las Vegas, Nevada. Wind advisories issued for parts of coastal California, San Francisco, San Jose, Salinas. These winds will be significant and widespread travel disruptions. I think the winds may be high enough in some areas to maybe even impact some air travel out west, right on the heels of what was just a crazy weekend, as we were talking earlier, with Southwest Airlines having canceled 1,800 flights over the weekend. And we're not really exactly sure yet, what's going on with Southwest. Now, due to the current drought situation in the Southwest, the threat for wildfires is already elevated. And the foliage is dry and brittle, and that's just great fuel for wildfires. Now, as of early Saturday morning, there were 9 large active fires across California, including the Windy Fire in Sequoia National Forest. Good news is that one is, it was 85% contained. You got to wonder, can't help but wonder what winds like this will do with some of these fires, though. They could rapidly, I guess, become much more out of control. A fire weather watch is also in effect in places like Redding, Lakeport, Blue Canyon, California, telling residents prepare for the potential rapid spread of fires. Obviously, outdoor burning is not recommended. So that's from CAL FIRE. And with the winds also, they anticipate a possibility of some of those rolling, brownouts, blackouts, as the utilities actually cut people's power off, anticipating the high winds possibly coming down, bringing trees down on power lines and whatnot. So it could make for a fun day later today out in California. Of course, we had Chris on the line Friday morning, and we were talking a bit about it. How is it? What is the deal with everything in the supply chain? Is there anything that's not really seen some disruptions in getting to the store shelves. I had a story from someone says, is it just me or does it feel like we're running out of everything? I went to CVS last week to pick up some at-home COVID tests. They'd been sold out for a week. According to an employee, said, what about paper towels? Oh, we're out of those too. And he said, try Walgreens. I drove to Walgreens. Well, they had paper towels. When I asked the pharmacist to fill some very common prescriptions, he told me they had run out. Try the Target up the road. Yeah, Target's pharmacy had the meds, but its front area was alarmingly barren, like the canned food section of a grocery store an hour before a hurricane makes landfall. This just seems to be the economy today. What would be a 1-hour errand turns into a multi-hour odyssey trying to find your basic needs. Next day deliveries are becoming day after next deliveries. Of course, that car or truck part you need, well, yeah, that'll be another week or longer. Yeah, that book you were looking for, well, come back in November. Yeah, that baby crib you bought, maybe it'll be here in December. Yeah, if you're looking at a new home improvement job that requires several construction workers, no, you pray they'll get to you next year. We are not yet experiencing a downturn akin to the 1970s stagflation. This is different, and it's strange. Yeah, GDP is growing, but we're suffering from an incredible, shocking array of things: test kits, car parts, semiconductors, ships, shipping containers, workers. It's the everything shortage. Now, the everything shortage is not the result of one big bottleneck in, say, like Vietnamese factories or the American trucking industry. We're running low on supplies of all kinds. A veritable hydra of bottlenecks. Of course, we know the coronavirus pandemic snarled shipping several ways. It sent hundreds of billions of dollars to cabin-fevered Americans. Yeah, a lot of that cash has flowed into the hard goods, home goods, furniture, home improvement material. Much of that has to come out of Asia or travel through East Asia. But that region, dealing with the Delta variant, which has been considerably more deadly than previous mutations, it has caused several shutdowns of semiconductor factories across Asia, just as demand for cars and electronics started to pick up. Yeah, we know what that's done. That's why you can't get that new truck anytime soon. Then, of course, you roll in the container ships anchored or drifting off the coast of the ports. Just as a normal traffic jam consists of too many drivers trying to use too few lanes, the traffic jam at the California ports has been exacerbated by more consumer demand, slamming into a shortage of trucks, truck drivers, and port workers. If the ships can't be unloaded, not enough empty containers are in transit to carry all that stuff that consumers are trying to buy, so we're getting a lesson around the world. Economy 101. High demand plus limited supply equals prices spiraling to the moon. Before the pandemic, reserving a container that would hold roughly 35,000 books cost $2,500. Today, it costs $25,000. And we wonder why prices are going up and away, right? All right, rolling up on 16 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, I guess depending on where you were, because you would have had to been in the right proximity to have seen it. But it was a really bright light. A flash of light 3 times as bright as a full moon. lit up the night sky over the mountains of Colorado. As fall descends, meteor season is in full swing, they tell us, and it's going to increase as we head further into October. But multiple eyewitnesses from Castle Rock to Boulder, Colorado, reporting that streak of light traveling north of east about 4:30 in the morning Mountain Time when it exploded in midair, turning night into day for a split second. It was caught on multiple residential security cameras, which many people have shared their video online. With abundant sightings of the meteor reported, which were confirmed by Cloud-Bait Observatory and lightning mappers aboard 2 satellites. The American Meteor Society is conducting an analysis of the event. First became visible 54 miles above the mountains just east of Vail, moving slightly north of east at 55,000 miles an hour. During its 30-mile journey through the upper atmosphere, it fragmented twice, causing flares of light as bright as the full moon, disintegrating at an altitude of, say, 35 miles above Vasquez Peak, producing a flash 3 times brighter than the full moon, briefly lighting up the sky. The meteor reportedly appeared outside of Estes Park, is thought to have headed somewhere near Boulder, west of Denver. Now, this is the time of year. There are 2 distinct meteor showers active here in the month of October. One is the Southern Taurids, September the 10th to November 20th. The other's the more impressive Orionids, which continues through November the 7th. The peak is actually coming up on October 21st. Right now, stargazers can witness an estimated 13 meteors per hour in the early morning hours. So maybe keep an eye on your door cam as meteor season gets busy. I saw some of the video, and that was a really bright light. And I just kind of can't help but wonder if little segments of that may have come down on somebody's roof, in the form of a micrometeor, that kind of thing. Oh, hello, heat wave.
I thought that was kind of strange, and how you segued that to me, meteorite boy.
There was no intent whatsoever, right? Doing well. What's up?
Oh, luck of the draw. Oh, not a whole lot. Just got word heading to work this morning, and tell you what, A&M sure pulled a shocker on Alabama, didn't they?
Yes,
I was really
they did.
impressed with their win. Of course, I didn't want to brag on the boys just yet, but I guess they're well deserved their dues. I mean, it's only been 10 years since they last beat them. So, yeah, congrats to the Aggies. Of course, they'll get the big head and lose to Ole Miss next week, so I ain't too worried about that. Well, y'all don't have to make fun of me and my artificial lawn anymore. I planted some rolls of sod in the front yard, so I'll actually have use for the riding lawnmower instead of being a snake house or a little lawn ornament. So that was an interesting experience laying down sod. I'd never done that before, and I sure hope I gave it plenty of water, because I don't want to come back next spring to nothing but brown turf.
Yeah, and it's got a take, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the 2 soils have got to meet together, then the roots have got to be, they got to go down and get to the other ground, which ain't native to them. And, well, it wasn't too bad. I went straight to the sod farm there in Moriarty, 7 miles east of us. And I figured for $6.70 a roll, that wasn't too bad. So I'm pretty happy with what happened there.
Mm-hmm.
No, I missed out on I'm too far south of of what they've seen there in Colorado, that would have been interesting, sure enough. Of course, people will start thinking about Starship Troopers, how the bugs were bombarding the earth with rocks. So I'm sure there was plenty of panic out there after the initial surprise. So how did Rowan do this weekend?
I did not get to attend, but they actually had a tournament yesterday. First game, his team won. So it's 4 teams. The first game, the winner moves ahead. The second 2 teams play, and the winner of that meets the winner of the first. And they lost their second game, so they came in second in the tournament. So I guess not a bad weekend.
No, that's pretty good. That's good. All right, now you realize we depend on you for the sports. I mean, if we don't get our weekly fix of Rowan's football, we just don't know how to act out here.
Yeah.
So, hey, I was listening to the CBS News. I don't know why, but it just so happened that I was one day. Apparently, Trump had this big rally in Iowa here, I guess Friday night or over the weekend.
Yep.
And the CBS guy come out and said Trump was out there blatantly lying about the election. I mean, he said that on his report. And I'm thinking, where were you clowns at when the Democrats were blatantly lying about Trump and the Yellow Stream bed and all the other stuff that he was supposedly doing that he wasn't doing, but y'all carried on that claim anyways. I mean, that's not reporting. What that is, that's just interjecting your own opinions, trying to make it seem like it's newsworthy. So these folks, pretty soon they're going to come to realize that people are absolutely going to turn them off altogether, because we don't want to listen to hit pieces. We want to listen to news. Not someone's opinion.
Yep.
Not someone's, afterthought. We want to hear news, middle of the road news. And I mean, it's been going on this way where they've been leaning to the left. That even if they were to report newsworthy items, would we out here even recognize it as newsworthy items? So, other than that, yeah, it was a quiet weekend out here. They had the balloon fiestas over with. I guess they had a very good turnout, considering they didn't have one last year. But yeah, it seemed like everyone had a good time, and the weather was actually working for them this year. So they had multiple takeoffs, mass ascensions. I think this weekend though it might have been windied out, so they did what they call a static display on Saturday, and I don't know what they did Sunday because I slept right through it all.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, all in all, it was a good weekend. I'm just looking forward to going back to work so I can get sleep. Like that's the only place where I can get sleep is when I'm at work, not behind the wheel, of course. Anyway. So, other than that, I guess that's about it for me.
So as far as enjoying a couple of days at the hacienda, it was more, I mean, if you were out there laying sod, it was probably more work than pleasure.
Well, I mean, that was a labor of love right there. It's the first time, like I said, I've ever did that. It wasn't much, but it was enough for me.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, doing all the honeydews that my wife can't do because of her conditions. I talk about the air conditioning situation, but we ain't got time for that. So, no, it was a bunch of honeydews, errands to run, things to get. But, yeah, I'm pretty happy to go back to work here. So, other than that, everyone else doing all right out yonder?
Yep, everybody.
Think so.
Yep, hanging with them.
St. Puppet got himself a nice buck opening weekend of deer season, so congratulations to him. And there's a reason why, guys, we have to wear orange is because too many hillbillies and rednecks are shooting ourselves trying to get that awesome doe or that buck out there. So y'all be careful with the guns and enjoy the hunting season. Well, I'll let y'all tomorrow then, Steve. Have yourself a good morning.
All right, thanks for checking in. Heatwave, do appreciate it. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Pappy had sent me a message earlier this morning that I guess he's out there patrolling the streets tonight, and he said the deer are out. Beware, it's that time of year. Yeah, what do they? It's a mating season. What do they call that? And rutting season. What? Yeah. The bucks are out there looking for a friendly doe, right? And we return after a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Folks in the nation's heartland said to stay on alert as severe weather could stretch into the night. The Storm Prediction Center forecasting the continued potential for outbreaks of tornadoes with widespread damaging winds in sections of Oklahoma and North Texas. A woman is dead and 14 people injured after a mass shooting at a crowded bar in St. Paul, Minnesota early Sunday morning, and now 3 suspects are being treated for gunshot wounds but will be booked as soon as they're discharged. The mass shooting happening at the 7th Street Truck Park, a bar and eatery near the XL Energy Center in downtown St. Paul. No word on a possible motive. A Facebook VP says the company is trying to make Facebook and Instagram a safer place for teens.
We can't change human nature, and can do is change our products, which is exactly what we're doing.
Facebook's Nick Clegg on CNN's State of the Union. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to bingoradiousa.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at bingoradiousa.com. That's bingoradiousa.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
I know it's just October, but it's never too early to look for Christmas gifts and give those you love the gift of a good night's sleep. Go to MyPillow.com, shop for great gifts including the original MyPillow, MyPillow slippers, mattress toppers, pet beds, and of course my promo code USA will save you up to 66% on anything on the MyPillow website. Go to MyPillow.com, promo code USA, and give someone a gift that you love.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of room for you if you want to jump on board here. Let me get back to Big Sexy, I believe it is. Good morning. What's going on?
Steve.
Hey there.
Vic.
Oh, it's Vic. Well, it said big vaccine, so I thought that might have been Big Sexy. Okay.
Big vaccine. No, not that. But anyway, I guess I must be kind of getting tired, sleepy, or something, slurring my words. But anyway, earlier tonight, you're talking about the Italian American Day or Columbus Day. I'm just going to touch on that real briefly. Until FDR renamed Italian American Day as Columbus Day and declared it a national holiday, it was actually a celebration of the achievements of the Italians in America, beginning with when the Queen Isabella of Spain financed Columbus, and he wound up in Costa Rica. He did not wind up in the United States, and that was the first Indians he encountered. And then there was Americus Vespuccia, who did land in America, and that's why it's called America today. Originally, it was just, America, then it was North America and South America. But if you wonder what all the fuss about Indigenous People Day is, look at the UN treaty we signed. And in that UN treaty we signed, it said that indigenous people who had conquered indigenous people or something or whatever, long story short, if we would, the conquerors would give land back to the indigenous people. And that's why indigenous people is being introduced into the language. And at some point, they're going to jump up and say, well, you need to give this land back or that land back. And because it really belongs to so-and-so, well, that would be nice, but that's really not the way it works, because that's just like we defeated Japan, who attacked us, but we really didn't take over Japan. The land, became occupied Japan for a while, and then they were released from that. And that kind of leads to my next topic here. The lieutenant colonel, the Marine lieutenant colonel that they have court-martialed and everything. Well, Steve, he's in rarefied company. Did you ever hear the term or heard of General Billy Mitchell, the Air Force captain, or he was a general, I should say captain, but anyway, he told the Navy generals, admirals, that battleships were a thing of the past. Air power was going to be the deciding factor. And he told them this in 1920, in that era. And they basically told him to go fish. Well, on December the 7th, 1941, he was proven right and was reinstated back into service. So generals don't like being criticized. And when that lieutenant colonel, the Marine lieutenant colonel, when he said they did not withdraw from Afghanistan according to military or State Department protocol, and nobody is being held accountable, they didn't like that very well. And quite frankly, there is a procedure whenever we go to another country, whether it's at war or at a civil reconstruction. The State Department has to rely on civilian contractors. Some are from the United States, and some are from other places. We have to rely on local people. And there's a whole protocol that goes with all that. And an acquaintance I had years ago, when Idi Amin went on his murderous rampage in Uganda, he was sent over there to drill water wells, oddly enough. And he barely got out of Uganda, and basically Uganda was killing everybody that wasn't the same color as him. So there is a whole protocol that goes with that, and to even think that we left Afghanistan under that protocol is totally ridiculous. So whenever I just heard some of the discussion and everything, not only on your show but on other shows, I just keep thinking to myself, I'm not that highly educated, but I must have had some very good history teachers and some very good military people that basically said, here are the way things are supposed to happen. We're not saying that it always happens that way, but here's the way it's supposed to happen. And by and large, you're told when you get ready to go into the military that you're going to be probably the last to leave. And whenever being a medic, they said that probably 80% of the people we would treat would be civilians. And now they talk about collateral damage like it's nothing, which are usually talking about civilians. But when we go to war, there's a large civilian component of that. And I don't know what they teach anymore or how they do it or anything else. All I know is I have to go back, it's almost ancient history now, to the Vietnam era. And when they sent us to fight there in Vietnam, I don't care when I watch a Vietnam show, I find out something new. And for those that don't know, LBJ fought Eisenhower continually to give the Vietnamese the support they needed. And so whenever the Geneva Convention split Vietnam, we agreed to give them aircraft. Well, hidden in that was they couldn't get jet aircraft. We had to give them propeller aircraft. I didn't even realize that. That's why there were so many of those old Spads or Sky Raiders or A1Es. And that's why all those World War II and Korean War airplanes were going over there. And the one unit I was in at the time had the old C-119 gunships. And they were, and we knew that the Chinese and the Russians were providing jet aircraft to North Vietnam, and the Chinese and the Russian pilots were actually flying jet aircraft. And somehow, some way, that fact was never brought out or told to anybody, and that's why American pilots were flying jet aircraft over in Vietnam. I just, so many of the generals later on, I know there was for a time that they were reluctant to go to war post-Vietnam because they kept saying you can start a war a whole lot easier than you can end it. So, whenever I look at this country's history, there is no question, Steve, that it's indoctrination that they're doing now. It's not educating by any stretch of the imagination. And I don't know what their end plan is, but for Sylvester there in Australia, look up the Panama Canal. And our agreement with the Panama Canal was that we would go back to protect the Panama Canal if it became a threat to the United States. Well, China owns two of the largest ports going into the Panama Canal. The Taiwanese, they have an even larger agreement to operate the Panama Canal. So if Taiwan goes, then I guess that contract will go to China. I'm not exactly sure. And China also operates some of our largest ports now, the one being out there at Long Beach, where they have a royal mess out there that nobody can seem to sit down and say, we're going to clear these ports. That's rather fascinating. And the other thing is that you were talking about all this stuff contributing to inflation, which it will. And when they had the oil spill out there last week, I know Chevy guy was talking about they thought an anchor or something and drug across an oil line. When my grandson did his annual encampment this year, he was sent out there to patrol the San Diego beaches and stuff. So exactly why he was on a gunship controlling that, I have no idea. But I do know that one thing that happens is that drug dealers are pretty good at throwing stuff out into oceans and beaches and lakes. And if they use a grappling hook or something to retain that, or maybe they're just trolling it behind a boat there where they can let it go if the Coast Guard or one of the DNRs come along. I don't know, but there's a very good chance that could have also contributed to it. We will have to wait and see. And the last thing I'll mention, Steve, is these Haitian refugees that are coming up here. They're not coming from Haiti; they're coming from Chile. And when the earthquake hit, they basically seen a chance to get out of Chile because Chile's not very nice to them. So a lot of those Haitian refugees aren't coming from Chile. They're actually aren't coming from Haiti.
Right.
They're actually coming from Chile.
They've been in Chile since the earthquake of 8 or 10, 12 years ago, however long it's been.
Right, 2010. Yeah, and Clinton still has his Haitian. It's actually a Clinton Bush initiative for the Haitian refugees.
Okay. Hey, well, Vic, thank you so much for your insight and your participating in the program. I saw a couple of people posted on Facebook something about the world's quietest room, and I'd never heard of it. Now, the one they've posted, the link I'm looking at here was actually at one point in time it's actually been beat by another room, the Orfield Labs in Minneapolis. The room's so quiet that the background noise measures in negative decibels. And apparently, I think the record anyone ever stayed in that room was like 45 minutes. It kind of starts to drive you crazy. So I did a little search, and I found the story from here several months ago, and this is actually a newer room. In 2015, Microsoft built the quietest place on Earth. It may sound like a sanctuary of meditative bliss, but few can stand being in the room for an elongated amount of time. After a number of minutes, you'll begin to hear your heartbeat. You stick it out a little longer, and you'll hear your own blood flowing and bones grinding. With no sound from the outside world allowed in, the almost absolute silence will gradually manifest itself as an unbearable ringing in your ears. And when all the fun's over, you'll likely lose your balance because of the lack of reverberation in the room. It sabotages your built-in spatial awareness. This particular building is at Microsoft's headquarters in Redmond, Washington. It is known as an anechoic, literally without echo chamber. They said it took years to design. In the outside world, we're exposed to some level of noise. But in the chamber, there's no air pressure at all on the eardrums. There's no echo. It says most people find the absence of sound almost deafening. A sense of fullness in the ears or some ringing. Very faint sounds become clearly audible because the ambient noise is pretty much non-existent. Yeah, when you turn your head, you can hear the motion. You can hear yourself breathing, and it actually sounds loud, they say. The background noise in the echoless chamber is as close to the absolute zero of sound as you can get without entering a vacuum. How wild is that? Yeah, the concrete bunker currently holds the Guinness World Record for the quietest place in the world. Yeah, this facility, again, it stole that title from the other chamber there in Minneapolis, which the Orfield Laboratories at one time was dubbed the quietest place on the earth. And in that particular facility, it's actually open to the public, and you can kind of take a tour. I believe someone said their website said it's like $125 an hour to take a tour. And if you want to try to beat the Guinness World Record or whatever, it's like $600 an hour. But as far as this Microsoft facility built in 2015, the longest anyone's ever been able to stay in it, it says somewhere about 55 minutes. No one has been able to stand being in there for an hour, if you could imagine. That is wild. There was an article from Smithsonian that said the Earth's quietest place will drive you crazy in 45 minutes. But again, Microsoft says the longest continuous time anyone spent inside their chamber, it's about 55 minutes. That is just wow. They said you can actually hear all of your internal organs working, and that's eerie. All right, quick timeout. We'll come back, wind things down, rolling into a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, final check on our travelers' weather around the country, which, as we've progressed through the overnight hours, it looks like the storms have decreased in intensity a bit, but we're still looking at a lot of rain out there. Rains extending from eastern Texas right up through the heart of Arkansas. You get up into Missouri, heavy rains over north central and northwestern Missouri, some of that moving up into southern Iowa. Yeah, those rains will be progressing probably on into Des Moines in the next hour or so. Heavy rains over much of eastern Kansas, north central Oklahoma once again. As the day progresses, sun comes up and things begin to warm up. Further to the north and east, that threat for severe weather continues to push northward on up into parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin, maybe Illinois, northern Indiana. And that'll be definitely slowing things down for the day ahead in that part of the country. Meanwhile, we were talking earlier about Taiwan. Final note. And one of our listening friends said, we've been training for years, helping to assist in training Taiwan. Kind of like how we sent advisors and trainers in the Vietnam era in the beginning. Of course, we have the massive carrier groups over there in that region of the country. All right, thank you very much. Diesel prices, $4.01 per gallon at the Pilot in Franklin, Ohio, according to James. Really? $4 in this region of the country. And one last from the email bag. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Monday. It was great to hear Chris Gabrelchik Friday morning. I'm ready to get it started, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make the flip back once again. Yeah, the big pinch is on until the end of the year. All right, with that, we'll wrap it up on a Monday. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Come on back. We'll do it again at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time, as we'll roll into a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go.